The recommendations are to receive the certification from the holders.
Yeah, I'll speak on that one, so that's 12, and definitely 13.
10, 12, 13.
And then my
Yeah, okay. 10, 12, 13.
10, 12, and 13. I'm gonna find it. Yeah. And what is 14? Did we want to do something?
Just this
You said number 14?
I mean, I don't want to look at it.
Yeah, 14. After a resolution to amend the board facility. Any other ones?
And what is 15? I don't think
15 is designating Lamar Park as a serving home
yeah, so there you go. So, 12 and 13, I'm going to ask somebody else about it. Okay, 11 sounds like it's I don't, but I suspect that's the money to fund the medical services. So that's what's your name? Nancy Gumshaw. Thank you.
Okay, you're good to go.
I'm trying to put on calling everybody. Siri calls about this Hey Siri, call Samantha Schwartz speaker. Item 11 on this afternoon's agenda might be the funding of Candy Medical. I suspect that's where the money is coming from. I have requested to speak on items 10, 12, and 13. And that's it.
and that's what I'm worried about.
But I don't think it's It's so called diversionary building. supervisors. That's what I'm saying right now. We haven't started yet. I wanted to check, because I know that put on a special list to see if about, well, Saturday about this week or about last week, to see about if anyone, my ideal date, honestly, would be tomorrow, Friday, for going, but if not, right, they said there's another list. The person who put me on it was just gone. And they said that if anyone has, because people who said will cancel or change, then that's what they're going. Got it. Well, for sure Friday, I'm just trying. Yes. Okay, but sometimes I'm sure you've done it too. Okay. Now, is it more, I mean, because I could miss what I'm supposed to. I'm supposed to be at a meeting tonight. And I could miss that because it's Thursday, a much better option than Friday, or do you think it's really about the same? I see. I got it. And just out of curiosity, do you have them also on the list? Are there also people on for Saturday? Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you very much, Jesse. Yeah, and just an FYI, the voicemail, if you call the box office directly, it says the voicemail is full. Check it out. Check it out. Thank you, Jesse. Bye. They were in the city. Far away.
Alicia and Doyle. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah. Years of plans, years of budgets, years of meetings, years of, yeah. but you know that, I don't, yeah, that's great. Yeah. Awesome. It's too much food. It's too much food. We can't safely store it with the refrigeration that exists in North County and South County. The amount of time, and time, perishable items specifically. Right? For every hour that milk carton is out of the refrigeration, you take a day off their expiration date. Really long conversation.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then the other part is buying now our research press. And know exactly how much it will cost.
We do.
Okay,
We do.
thank you all very much. We will now reconvene. Before we begin, I just want to thank my colleague, Stuart Anderson, for the beautiful flowers. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're moving on to item 10. This is the second consideration and adoption of ordinance modernizing the St. Louis County Charter to strengthen transparency, accountability, and independent oversight. We'll begin with public comment.
Thank you, Chair Losser. We have 42 requests to speak on this item, 24 in person, and 18 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we received 144 e-comments, 82 in support, 56 in opposition, and 1 in recall. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 10 by phone, please dial in the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it's your turn to speak at the podium. Because there are 10 or more speakers on this item, you have 1 minute to address the board. I'll ask you to begin by stating your name for the audio record. I will call you in groups of 3, so please listen for your name. I'd like to invite forward the first 3 individuals, Britta Lindstrom, Noah Yee, and Karina Pugh. I call your name. Forward, please.
Hello, Rita Lindstrom, District 3. This proposal is deceptive and inaccurate when you state it strengthens transparency, accountability, and independent oversight. You know that is not true. You supervisors will control appointments, removals, and administrative processes of the bodies doing the independent oversight. How on earth is this transparent, accountable, or independent? Also, the conclusions are advisory, not obligatory. Also, you were elected by voters for 2 terms. That was the contract. Now you're extending this for yourselves. The way it will be written, undoubtedly, the voters will miss this deceptive point and will not know what they are actually voting for. I find it ironic also that several of you organize rallies opposing politicians that act like kings, and here, you 3 ladies are acting like queens. Stop deceiving your constituents and actually be transparent.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Noah Yee. I'm a researcher with the Center on Policy Initiatives. Our county plays a crucial role in the lives of San Diegans. It helps people stay housed, food on the table, and access the care and services they need. With a county of over 3 million people and a budget over $9 billion, we must constantly ask ourselves, are we serving San Diegans the best we can? Right now, our government is left to answer that question on its own, which leaves communities without real accountability. These reforms change that and are designed to be implemented without new cost to taxpayers, using what we already have more wisely and making our county work better for San Diegans. An independent program auditor ensures we are measuring real impact, whether people's lives are improving, and whether San Diegans have what they need. An independent budget analyst ensures decisions are grounded in clear, honest information, so resources are spent equitably and prioritize communities with the greatest need. Every single public dollar should improve the lives of San Diegans. Please vote yes to put these reforms on the ballot. Give San Diegans the power to shape what kind of county we want to live in. Thank you.
The next speaker is coming forward. I'd like to introduce speakers Dolly Madison, David Levine, and Andrew Lawson.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Karina Pugh. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm here today on behalf of the San Diego LGBT Community Center, asking you all to vote in support of this item. Transparency in governance is essential to ensuring that our community can properly advocate for themselves. Additionally, adding independent oversight options, including an independent budget analyst, will help our county spend dollars more equitably, effectively, and efficiently. Please support this item and government transparency. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. Good afternoon now. My name is David Levine. I'm a deputy public defender and I'm a board member of the Public Defenders Association of San Diego County. The PDA supports item 10. Independent fiscal analysis serves workers, serves taxpayers, and it serves the public interest in knowing what the county can actually afford. PDA has a direct interest in one provision of this measure, the option to appoint the county public defenders by ordinance. We will be watching that closely. Public defense depends on independence from the government we are required to check. The county may write the check for the public defense. The public defense must be free to check the county. Thank you.
Dean Madison. Speaking today, I have accepted your 1 minute time frame. I have entered into a contract and one that you will hold me to. Is it fair if I should take more time just because I want more time? No. Voters voted for a specific term for the San Diego County supervisors. You won 8 years. That is what you get. That is what you agreed to. That is what the people you represent agreed to. This is a dishonest attempt to extend your term by amending the charter and pairing with other ideas that sound good and have the look of transparency and accountability. What you are doing is attempting to lock in your majority. Would it be okay if President Trump to try and change the rules to gain another term after serving 8 years? When he has finished his term, should he be able to get 4 more years? No. Don't be selfish. Let other San Diegans have the opportunity to serve their community. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Board. 3 additional speakers. Oliver Twist, Leslie Audra.
Hi, good afternoon. So yes, I adamantly oppose this. For people that do oppose No Kings, how are we getting 3 queens up on the dais? And before I get to it, I do want to start out with an apology, and that's why I'm going to. This is for your CAO staff. I used the term covering up, and I want to be really clear. I was talking about semantically smoke and mirrors covering up, not any indication of wrongdoing. I greatly respect your CAO and her staff. And so I just want to make it really clear I was talking semantically only. And now back to our No Queens programming. When we have bureaucracy that's out of control, the solution is not more government, nor people that appoint their own oversight. I use the term loosely, oversight. So you've got to stop that right now. Wrapping it up and all the feel-good stuff is a dog pill and a marshmallow, or as I like to say in San Diego, a turd and a taco. It stinks. Don't give yourself more term. No more queens in San Diego. It's just more political theater. Thank you.
I have significant concerns regarding you guys with transparency and accountability when you can't even run a meeting, making sure that the fundamentals of doing that are followed, which would be having a quorum. Tara, suddenly you have a disability that would allow for you to not show your face on camera when Monica and Puta Paloma were the only ones here, therefore leaving it to be that there was no quorum. And yet you guys continue. I'm not sure why you showed up now. And it's interesting that you brought Ava Kai here because, you know, it's like I'm talking about mothers that you're terminating and then you go ahead and give her a kiss, kind of like a fuck you. I have my child and they don't, because it'd be like me going to somebody who's homeless and asking for food while I've got it in my hand and I take a bite and I just walk away. So it is disgraceful that you do stuff like that to virtue signal as though you are, you know, somehow better than the mothers you terminate their parental rights of.
This next, I'd like to invite three additional speakers, Doyle Morrison, Alicia Morrison, and Martha Espinosa.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Doyle Morrison for the record, and I oppose this charter reform on the basis that 3 terms is unclear whether or not that's retroactive. So I am opposing this because I believe that the 3 terms will start once this is approved, if it's voted on by the voters. And I totally disagree with that. I think that 2 terms would be enough for you guys to do the great work that you're working on now. And then you can move on further up the chain and do more better work for our community at a higher level. So I appreciate what you do, and I want you to do more, but I think 2 terms is enough. Thank you.
Can we just pause 1 moment, please? It's been brought to my attention that there was a profanity utilized in this chamber in another language. I'm seeing nods of affirmation. That is not acceptable. That is not appropriate. We do have a board policy against that kind of language in this chamber. And we don't need to go backwards, we will go forwards, but this is one warning. If we hear that kind of profanity again, directed at anyone, we will be asked to leave the chamber. Thank you.
I've said it many times, but.
Yeah. Alicia Morrison. I respect this item, especially increasing 3 terms. June 8, 2010, voters passed property to amend the charter to limit Board of Supervisors to 2 terms. Let's not forget what happened on January 6, 2021. Because what is next? The 22nd Amendment of the U.S. Constitution? It was proposed to amend it. It was introduced on January 23, 2025, to increase the number of times a person can be elected as president. Let me repeat that. It was introduced on January 23rd, 2025, to increase the number of times a person can be elected as president. That is very scary thought. Comments were made earlier about the Trump administration. Imagine a 3rd term for Donald Trump. You had 8 years to work hard for your district, so set up the success for the next person and pass the baton. Thank you.
This next speaker coming forward, I'll invite 3 additional speakers. C.A. Calderon Vargas, Fernanda Flores, and Jocelyn.
Afternoon, Marcus Mendel. I apologize for my ignorance on this item. I was expecting a presentation beforehand before public comment, and I did not educate myself on the agenda much before. I really came today for what happened earlier this morning, and now I'm just here because it's nice not being here. Well, I'm learning from the other couple speakers, and while the title and everything sounds great, I do like, I did hear that even prior to right now about potentially going to 3 terms. I don't think I like that, right? I really did give it consideration when I first heard about it a couple of days ago, so I like 2 terms. Yeah, that's fine, you know that. And if it did happen, though, I would hope that it doesn't reset to where if you hold new 3 terms, you just one additional term. That would be a whole reset. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisor. Vargas. I'm the Director of Latino Services at the San Diego LGBT Community Center. I speak in strong support of item 10. The families I serve rely on this county for health care, legal defense, and safety, especially now as federal cuts threaten those services. In a government this large, transparency is not a luxury, it is how our community. An independent ethics commission, an independent budget analyst, an independent auditor, and a budget the public can actually see. These are the checks our residents deserve. Please move this measure forward and let the voters decide in November. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Fernanda Flores. I'm with IATSE Local 122. We represent everything that has to do with live event and production here in Southern California, currently representing 1,500 members. We are here in full support of advancing this forward. You have our continued commitment to getting this not only passed today, but also passed in November at the ballot. You have done an incredible job with the resources that you have. There are government entities that are that have budgets half the size of the county, and they have these departments in place. You all deserve those things too, to be a tool to make better decisions and move our county forward. So you have our support. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to invite forward 3 additional speakers: Alexandra Valentine, Malik Thornton, and Matthew Kearney.
Hi, I'm here to review the content and title of accountability and independent oversight. Sounds so good. However, this bill does none of these purported actions. How is it independent oversight when the Board of Supervisors gets to determine who gets hired and who gets dismissed when they don't like the outcome? You people on the left freaked out when President Trump says that he's going to be in office for the 3rd term. And how is this, what you're doing is truly authoritarian, and it is disingenuous. So don't pass this bill. Thanks.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Oh yeah, Jocelyn.
Hello, my name is Alexandra Valentine. I'm a Deputy Public Defender and a board member for the San Diego Public Defender Association. I support item 10 as it promotes transparency and ethical practices related to San Diego County's budget. At the same time, I would note opposition to item 13 as transparency can be taken too far and limit government operations and research functionality. Transparency is the foundation of public trust, especially in relation to the county's budget. San Diego County residents and county employees deserve the opportunity to see how budget decisions are reached, who is involved, and what information is being considered in allocation of funds. The proposed ordinance in item 10 for independent oversight is an important step toward ensuring openness, accountability, and engagement, especially when determining budget allocation and use of public funds. Our county continues to grow, and necessary departments like the public defender deserve transparency from the county when budget decisions are being made. Transparency is not just good governance, it is a commitment to the people being served and the employees serving the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and call for additional speakers. Vanessa Malandra.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Vanessa Melendrez, and I'm with the Philippines offices in Vista and Chula Vista, and we serve Filipino caregivers and domestic workers in all of Southern California. And I am coming up here today to ask you to please vote yes on these reforms, because I didn't expect to get called up so fast. Because transparency is good governance, and it's essential to ensuring our community can properly advocate for themselves. Additionally, Adding independent oversight options and including an independent budget analyst will help the county spend their dollars more effectively. Thank you so much.
I don't know if Crystal is here.
Come on up.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Krug, and I strongly support this ordinance, and I will work to get it passed. I think that the transparency, as other people have said before, is a long time coming. It definitely will make a difference. I also think that when people are talking about getting 12 years, you don't just get 12 years. What you get is the opportunity for the people to make a decision. And I trust that. And the bottom line is that when people have that decision, this also puts us on par with the state. And I think we have been in a disadvantaged situation because our county only has 8 years. I think keeping it on par with the state will allow us to be able to work more effectively as partners. Thank you.
As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll invite the remaining speakers in person. Marco Briones, Guinevere Frank, and Michelle Cuevas.
Crystal Irving, President of SEIU Local 221, speaking in favor of this item. No one knows better than the county employees that SEIU 221 represents the challenges that our county faces in the current national environment. No one knows better than our members the importance of providing quality services that the community depends on now more than ever. I just want to take a moment to appreciate the dozens of stakeholders that provided feedback and input on this proposal. It is a comprehensive proposal that provides for transparency, accountability from both county staff leadership and elected officials alike that will help and the communities that we're delivering services to, which include our children, our elderly, our vulnerable, and quite frankly, all San Diegans who benefit from it, either directly or indirectly. This is the right proposal to bring to the voters in November, and we believe this is the right path forward for our county. Thank you.
Go ahead and recall some of the previous speakers. Andrew Lawson, Natalie Rashid, Malak Thornton, Jasmine Geary, Marco Briones, Guinevere Frank, and Michelle Cuevas.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you. Who has lived in San Diego County for my entire life. And it's been 2 of my lifetimes since the charter has been reformed. That means that it has been 48 years that we have not touched this charter. It slows down that young people depend on. That means that the Board of Supervisors has not had real accountability, independent accountability, for 2 of my lifetimes. And that means that young people have suffered. And we are on the precipice of opportunity. We have so much opportunity ahead of us, but we will not be able to capitalize on those opportunities if we don't have policies in place that allow you to do your work, because we rely on you. So I encourage you that if you care about your young constituents, if you want to make sure that we have a future that includes us, that we can have a house and not have to worry about being in debt for the rest of our lives, please make sure that you guys pass the charter reforms. Thank you all.
We'll now hear from the individuals that requested. Did I call your name, sir?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Marco Briones, Political Director of the San Diego and Carroll County Labor Council. We're proud to represent over 100 unions and 200,000 working families in our border region. We're here today because we believe modernizing the county charter ensures transparent and accountable leadership, the kind of county government that workers and working families rely on for fair and effective public services. A more accountable county government helps ensure that policies serve the entire community, not just narrow interests. The people get accountability by being at the table, and this measure does that. These are just a few of the reasons we're proud to stand with the coalition of community members and leadership and working towards a better county for all San Diegans. We thank you for your support.
is Glenn. I'm a researcher at UCSD and a proud member of UAW 4811, who represents over 10,000 workers in San Diego County. And I wanted to voice our funding and outright swindling of American taxpayers at the highest levels of our government. And I think it's more important than ever, across all levels of government, we establish stringent structures to ensure transparency and accountability in spending so we can hold our elected officials accountable, along with all other critical modernizations proposed to bring to our charter. So us and our workers are in strong support.
Hi, my name is Dr. Michelle Cuevas. I'm a pediatric neuropsychologist. I'm here to represent the National Union of Healthcare Workers. I see lots of friendly faces that have been with us for our 6.5 month strike. But here I am here to represent NUHW as supporting this transparency. I want to be clear that the county is one of the largest purchasers and providers of healthcare, and that the charter reform helps us create that transparency in ensuring that healthcare dollars are spent to the most appropriately for patient care, helping the most vulnerable in our community. The independent budget analysis and independent program auditor with respect to the allocation of funds for supporting our most vulnerable populations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Although most of this is self-serving still and promotes partisan politics, but it doesn't do much for real transparency or independent oversight in county government. Note the charter amendment. No queens or fake transparency in county government. We're better than that. No reason to expand term limits, and one putting your own term in the middle of it is a huge conflict of interest. This proposal would also impose term limits on the sheriff, DA, and other county elected officials who currently have none, which, by the way, is against the state law. Nice program auditor, but these are political appointees and in no way independent. We'll keep.
Again, you're here because you've been asked to be here. Even more clearly, is you are all, you're truly not paying attention to this board and their lack of transparency and total opposition of this item. Totally. Term limits, especially for the ones like Tara, who has proven that she's been totally abusive by taking advantage of the ignorant, not only abusive, but entirely entitled and privileged. Honestly, how much time do you need to further destroy our county and further run it to the ground, if that's even possible? I hope the people who wake up, truly question everything. Wake up, seriously. Wait, man, total sleep. I'm done.
Good afternoon, my name is Terry Ann Skelly. I came today to express my opposition to agenda item number 10. I think a lot of these changes are useful. However, they seem to cloud what seems to be the real purpose of the charter changes, which is to ensure that you three Board of Supervisors supporting the charter changes will have a third term. It seems if you were really serious about these changes, you would bring them after the next election cycle. I support transparency by independent bodies, but I noticed that nearly all of those opposed are arguing in opposition because of a lengthening. Are they both in the same ordinance? Charter changes are serious and important to our county and need to be separated into different proposals and not lumped together. Thank you for hearing my concerns this afternoon.
you. And we'll hear from our next caller.
My name is Kathleen Lippitz, and good afternoon, Council Board. No one will benefit by ensuring a third term except the 3-board majority, and they should not be able to vote on an item that will benefit them. Like many of the other items that are put forth, whether it's on the agenda or whether it's by the Board of Supervisors, there seems to be an intention to obscure and to get things past the public. You need to have simple, straightforward language, and this is not straightforward. From the title, it sounds like it's a great idea until you read the details, and the devil's always in the details. So please, I oppose this, and I think you can tell by the people who are there, the only ones who have a conflict of interest are the ones who are supporting it. Thank you for letting me speak.
Katie Walker, good afternoon. I oppose. Public hasn't had adequate time to review very important details that deserve scrutiny, including items such as supervisorial control over employees and contracts. Regarding term limits, if 2 are sufficient for a U.S. president, they're sufficient for supervisors. It raises legitimate questions about whose interests are being served when elected officials write a measure that extends their own tenure. Term limits are at the core of democracy, meant to promote broader participation, reduce undue influences, prevent corruption, and bring diverse experiences and innovative ideas to policy making. In reality, the most direct beneficiaries here are the supervisors, placing it before the public under a really deceptive guise of charter modernization. No on this item.
Good afternoon. My name is Becky Rapp, and while I support many of the transparency and accountability measures included in this proposal, I urge you to reject this charter reform package. Important additions include independent financial analysis, ethics oversight, and improved public access to government information. Together with a proposal to increase term limits for county supervisors. The people of San Diego County have already spoken on this issue. Voters approved the current 2-term limit because they believe regular turnover in elected office promotes accountability and creates opportunity for new voices and setting term limits by 50% is a major policy change and should not be packaged alongside popular transparency updates. I'm also disappointed that there was no presentation for this item. The public would benefit from an explanation for each.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Excuse me, Ann Mill here. I called in because I think it's important for you to realize out here in the unincorporated area that it's estimated some 30 to 35% of us consider ourselves independent. And this optics does not work well for us because it's clear that you have obfuscated the real intent of the charter change to allow yourself a 3rd term. And no matter what else you want to accomplish, it's suspicious that it isn't even included in the title, what you really want to accomplish. If it's a good thing, why isn't it part of the title? And if these are all really good things, why are they bundled? Why would we have those as separate charter changes? This would show how really valuable you feel each of the items are. I too was looking forward to a staff presentation because the explanations are the real. in person today, using her baby as a prop. She wants to be crowned publicly. Well, pride comes before a fall. We've seen your backroom deals on everything from the CAO, which resulted in lawsuits, to the Center on Policy Initiative on these extended term limits that 68% of voters already opposed in 2010. Maybe the reason Tara wanted supervisors who was from outside of their district is because she has a house in the city of San Diego, and Manuela has a house in La Mesa. Tara and her marionette crybaby, Manuela, are not interested in transparency. They're interested in a power grab to create their personal fight zone endorsed by UCSD, SEIU, and the Building Construction Trades Council, but funded with our money. Now, Tara for prison 2026 would be real accountability, especially since Tara was found guilty of abusing her authority at the part-time motor bar in North Park. One of these Queen Tara isn't bringing accountability when she can't even commit to a meeting start time. All she wants is to ensure her reign of terror is indefinite. No Brooks County Queen.
This item has always been a scam, a lie, and insult to American citizens who vote for term limits. It is a power grab by Queen Tara and her ladies in waiting. Monica, do you think you'll ever be chairwoman if Tara's on the board indefinitely? The three women on this board are in over their heads, fancy they can manage the multi-billion-dollar budget even with extended terms. The board can be transparent and accountable beginning today without changing the charter. Ongoing Community Engagement Committee approved today by lifting the restrictions on the public speakers as dictated by Queen Tara, especially those speaking in opposition. Tara stands for no kings of transference of her hunger for more power. We like that mental health behavior term. Don't be her minion. And we're tired of seeing the same activists begging for what they want, almost on their knees.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is Madison. And although I am in favor of modernizing the county charter and increasing transparency, I would ask you to vote no on this proposal because San Diego County voters already decided that 2 terms is the appropriate limit for this office. What concerns me most is that the officials who would directly benefit from this change are the ones advancing it. Families are struggling with the high cost of living. Communities are concerned about public safety, homelessness, mental health, infrastructure, and the future of our region. Those are the issues that deserve our attention, not extending term limits for those already in power. Our government is strongest when leadership is able to step forward and serve. Fresh perspectives can bring new solutions to long-standing problems. The voters established a 2-term limit, and that standard has served our county well. I ask you to reject this proposal and preserve the term limits that San Diego County residents already chose. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Diane Grace, and I am coming before you to voice my opposition to item 10, which would advance the charter reform package to the November ballot. It is costly to put such a divisive proposal on the ballot that will probably fail because of the editorials that have already been very negative. Oversight bodies should be truly independent, and the language doesn't seem to support that. And current supervisors should not benefit from changing their own term limits. Voters should be allowed to consider each reform proposal separately. The agenda item title doesn't tell you its true intent, that they want the present supervisors to have 3 terms. As mentioned before, why not include this in the title? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nadia Katapatian. I'm a Deputy Public Defender and a member of the San Diego Public Defenders Association. Support for item 10. Transparency is the absolute foundation to public trust, particularly regarding our county budget. Our residents and hardworking county employees deserve full visibility into how our budget decisions are being reached. who is at the table, and what data is driving the decisions that are being made. For central departments like the Public Defender's Office, clarity on decisions affecting our funding and affecting our budget are crucial because it directly impacts our indigent community members and our ability as an entire holistic office serving those indigent community members. This proposal strengthens independent ethics oversight, provides nonpartisan fiscal and budget analysis, and creates this independent evaluation of county programs so that the public.
Chair Lester, that was about comments.
Okay, thank you all very much. I guess I'll just begin. Happy to make a motion to approve this item. I first just want to thank everyone. This has been a long process. There's been huge amounts of conversation and input. People began putting these ideas forward a number of years ago, and it's really been an iterative conversation where some good ideas emerged and some bad ideas emerged, and bad ideas got tossed out, and good ideas got stronger. And the process of having this conversation made the package of reforms better and more powerful, and I think that we really arrived in a great place. This has been a long stakeholder process driven by residents and community groups and business partners and our labor partners, and I just want to thank you for your leadership. This final version has made a number of changes and reflects a number of changes made along the way. Most recently, it removed term limit changes for independently elected county offices in response to input from the sheriff and the DA. We also heard concerns about ballot question clarity. Those concerns have been addressed, remain strong. We still do not have an ethics commission. This charter reform established that. We still do not have an independent budget analyst or an independent program auditor. This measure gives voters the chance to change that. This measure is that people deserve. And it does all this in a revenue neutral way because no new spending would be permitted and no reduction in county service would be allowed. So our environmental advocates, labor unions, civil rights groups, reproductive health advocates, attorneys groups, small business leaders, community organizations, and others across the state. A very broad and process, and I will tell you, has been incredibly interesting to not only join so to have found common ground on a path for everyone has been, I think, pretty extraordinary, and I am very excited to give the voters the opportunity to make a decision for themselves. Again, as has been said from the very beginning, as I've said many times, these are not questions that are up to us as members of the County Board of Supervisors. These are questions that are up to the voters. These are questions that can only and should only be decided by voters. The question around the structure of our charter and the rules governing our region are basically the constitutional questions for our community. And these are questions that are left to the voters. So what I think we can do and the best we can do in our position as supervisors is to put forward an option for voters to consider and decide whether these are reforms that they'd like to see adopted and move forward or not. And I'll be very proud to put that on the ballot, but ultimately we'll trust that our voters are smart and wise and capable of making good decisions for themselves about the rules to govern our region. So I'm happy to make that motion. I would like to urge my colleagues to support, and that I can turn over to Supervisor Desmond. I have a second on the floor by Vice Chair.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. I've made my position on the proposed charter amendments quite clear in our previous board hearings. I'd like to support them today. I'd like to ask voters of San Diego County to reject this deceptive charter reform. the voters, I think, are being deceived by using the attractive language such as transparency, accountability, and independent oversight. We should be doing those things already. We should be doing, that's our job. That's what we're elected us for, is to be transparent, to be accountable, and have independent oversight. All of those things we can do without a charter amendment. So this isn't about modernizing county government. To me, it's a power grab by extending our own term limits. Section 500.4 of the amended charter would require top-level positions of the county to be approved by the board before they are hired. That's getting our fingers, in my opinion, way down deep into the weeds, and these are going to become political appointments as opposed to merit or merit-based appointments. This proposal would make all leadership positions at the top of the county government political, meaning people will only get the job if they have the right politics, not the right qualifications. But Section 501.9 of the amended charter, the non-interference clause, that's us not interfering with the staff, historically regulates how supervisors and staff interact with the county staff and bars us from giving county staff directives. But if we have the yay or nay on hiring and firing, on hiring them, to me that's getting too deep into the staff section of the county. There's an additional section that grants the board of supervisors and their staff the ability to weigh in on the hiring and firing of more than 600 manager positions at the county. So the board should not, I think, under any circumstances, interfere with the hiring process of the county management up and down the organization. That's what we hired the CAO for. That's what the CAO works for us, and everybody else works for the CAO. The CAO is not doing their job, then we need to change, rethink that process. But we shouldn't be hiring people into all the different levels of the county. So, Section 600 of the amended charter would extend supervisors' term limits from 2 years to 2 terms to 3 4-year terms for a total of 12 years. It has already been pointed out, supervisors, that was passed by 68% of the vote of the 2 terms in 2010. So San Diego County residents have already spoken. The 5 of us here, we all ran with the understanding that we get 2 terms. And now that we're in, we want to change the rules for ourselves and give ourselves an extra term. I don't think that's right. If we do this 3rd term, it should only apply to new supervisors. Section 702 creates an independent budget analyst and program auditor. I don't know why this would have to go to a vote of the people. Why can't we just do that? That sounds great, but how truly independent? Hire and fire them. We decide their salaries, and they would report directly to us. They need to be reporting to the people. They need to be independent. Same thing with the Ethics Commission. The Ethics Commission will be appointed by the supervisors and our county council, who are trusted by you works for this county board of supervisors. So I question how independent these offices would be. So I can't support this. To me, it's too self-serving. We're sugarcoating this, adding an extra term with the terms of accountability, transparency, and independent oversight. We should already be doing those things. And again, I would encourage San Diegans to reject this deceptive charter. Thanks.
Supervisor.
Madam Chair, I really want to get yes. And I'm not trying to poke at y'all, but I really want to get yes. There's so many good things in this. I'm going to offer a friendly amendment to the areas where I have difficulty. This will be the first in the county to have retroactive term limits. It's never been done in the state. It's always, all term limits have been moving forward with newly elected. And I fear that it's not your intention to have 3 more terms, but rather 1, making it 12 for everybody. And I get being here for 20 years. Not all of us, but for all. For us, long-toothed folks. You and I would have 20 years. So, my first amendment, it's a group amendment, but the first portion would be that the term limits would apply for the new terms, not for anybody who's already in office. The second thing is changing the language in much of this, our colleague, is we have a moat around purchasing right now where we can't, and we have all sorts of protections against single source contracts that will work in folks' money. We want to make sure those protections are there. I fear that by removing that moat, that we are running the risk of having undue influence on the decisions. So I prefer that be taken out by section 705.13. So we wouldn't be able to interact with the purchasing department or the contracting staff directly, the way we have it currently. The third thing is I'd like to remove the proposed language empowering the board to confirm or remove county staff. I think civil service is important, and I think that the language that we're using could be reinterpreted by future boards to go much deeper. And I don't think, if I fill potholes in my district, maybe I just want to be the best pothole filler there is, and my party registration shouldn't matter. But when you have this kind of oversight, when you have political tensions, all of a sudden, we're putting all sorts of pressure on civil service that should be there. The running of government shouldn't be regulated by the electeds. So I believe there's adequate protections that the next board doesn't say everybody's an ACAO and redefining the positions is arbitrary, and that could easily be done with a 3-vote majority. So I'd like to see that removed. And then, of course, requiring an independent auditor be elected and accountable to the public. I don't want this person to be a political appointee. The way it's written, 3 members of this board could choose that political appointee. And I'm not suggesting that happens if Biden's getting elected to follow us for 5 Trumps. And I feel in both, so everyone has somebody they may not like. Are you going to be happy with these rules? If they have that kind of power? You see, if I was a nefarious person, I could weaponize those audits and target political foes because they report directly to 3 members of the board. They should report to 5, but if there's a 3-member board, majority, I could, I don't like the answer county council gives me, so I'll direct them to audit them. Or if I don't like what somebody else says, maybe behavioral health isn't giving me the answers I like, so I put them through an audit. Or maybe I go after the sheriff or anybody else. And so I'm worried that we're giving incredible power to the people that follow us in office, and I'm not comfortable with that. So I want to explain why I felt strongly about these areas. The likelihood we are accepting it is slim. However, I really want to get to yes. There's a lot of other items for the ethics committee. I was appalled when I got elected and found out that we report to no. And I thought, how crazy is that? Why don't we just go with the FPPC? Well, they have a 2 million population cap. We're at 3.3. We don't qualify. Even if we wanted to contract with the FPPC, we can't get one because we're too big. So this solves that problem, and that's a big problem, but it puts us at risk down the road aren't as good as where the board is now. So that's why I'm asking for these amendments. If you accept them, I will gladly vote for this, and I'll cheer for it. And while I can't campaign in my office for it, I certainly will make it known in my personal circles how much I could support this. But short of those changes, I'm just too worried that we're solving a problem with a bigger problem, because while this board may be on the straight and narrow, we don't know who's going to follow us. I'm asking for the amendment. I talked a long time, we may have lost what it's saying, sir.
I think you had three. You had one about term limits, one about term limits, one about the appointments and confirmation process, and one about the independent auditor.
Four total.
What was the
Four total in the package. And I think that we all know this. When I asked for an amendment, you gave it to me, I vote for it. So I wanted to package them together. So if you gave me one, I wouldn't be misleading you into believing I'm going to vote for one. It's a package of four. But I wanted to make sure I was clear on that. Yesterday, you were on the line, you may have heard, but I asked for an amendment. It fell short. So out of clarity, I wanted to announce that I would not be voting for it, not because I was angry, but because I didn't want to mislead anybody. At that point, when I announced I wasn't going to vote for it, you may want to reverse and now give a partial, because the partial is better than my vote. So that's where I am today. I'd love for you to accept those items, and I'd love to vote for this, and I'd love to campaign. County office. I would love to campaign for this, because I do. I think having the independent, truly independent auditor is really important. I think the ideas that you presented were excellent. I just didn't think we're there yet solving the problem. And I think this would bring it home. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I do want to speak for the secondary promotion. I know for myself as the maker of the motion, I would not feel comfortable at this sort of late stage taking such a significant amendment after all the feedback from the community and the participatory process, but I do really appreciate the spirit in which it was offered, and I also would note that there's a huge amount of work that's going to need to be done to implement all of this charter reform, and that work is going to be the responsibility of the working group. So I would respectfully ask you to just really consider that this provides a path to potentially implement these reforms, but it doesn't mandate how they would be implemented, and so there would still be quite a bit of space to implement suggestions along the lines that you just outlined in how the charter reform is implemented over the next 2 years. So again, we'd love to invite you to join us and take the good with the good, and acknowledge that not necessarily a where you're at, but this has definitely not been an easy journey. There's been a lot of different opinions, and nobody, I think, has gotten everything that they've wanted. I think everyone's gotten a little bit of what they've wanted along the way, and that's really been my commitment in trying to put this together. But again, I don't want to speak for my colleagues if people have a different view. I'm very open.
I know we had an extensive discussion last time, so here we can say it. I would just like to say on the record, because I know in the event that we is challenged, the record also is important, including the level. So in the event that this passes today, in the event that it passes in November, we don't know if it will. My understanding of the term limits is that like no person can serve more than 12 years. That's my understanding. I just want to put that on record so that if there is are there any legal challenges, that's my understanding is now on record.
I think in that way, it's probably worth clarifying that with county council, here, just to make sure that that is clear, both in terms of the language is drafted, but also the intent. I don't want there to be any confusion. So, David.
3 terms on top of that. I can defer to my colleague Sherry if she has a specific language or other things that she'd like to read to make that clear that that is the way that it has been drafted.
Well, the attorneys can compare one of your 4 concerns, but go ahead, Sherry.
If you want the additional language, there's a provision in the proposed 401.5 that makes clear that the supervisor's service in office prior to the effective date of the amendment counts toward the 3-term limit.
If I may, is there any case law that supports this because it hasn't been tested in court yet?
If the concern you are raising has to do with retroactivity, and our research of the case law is that this provision written in this manner is not considered retroactive because it doesn't change anything that's already happened and adds an additional term going forward.
I polled the entire state. We're the first to do this. No one's ever done it. The legal opinions I've received when I was in the state legislature were that it will be struck down in court. That's why nobody's done it. So, not to say it can't be done, but it's not been tested in court. And good attorneys get struck down in court all the time. Laws get struck down in court all the time. So, if it were to be struck down, what would happen at that point? Would that not lead to 3 more terms? I mean, a total of 3 additional terms, if it were struck down in court.
Excuse me, Supervisor Anderson was saying if the measure itself is
this element of the measure, because I think
Like, is it a
after it would be applicable 12 years moving forward. So if it was sued and they said you can't
because the term, the language itself would be struck down. And so you go back to what we don't really know. I hear your point that it's settlement, so we would go back to what is currently the law. We wouldn't create new.
We don't know that specifically though. We think that's what's going to happen. But there is still a chance that say 12 more, or 3 more terms, that you can't be retroactive at all. I wrote it, it's very clever. It's just never been tested. In all the term limits throughout the state, no one's ever done it before because nobody wanted to run this risk. I get it, it's moving forward, but it's not guaranteed.
Dan, have any additional comments? Thank you for your clarification. Any additional questions or comments from anybody? Okay, we can call those.
Chair also remember that my motion passes. Supervisor.
Health and safety services. Do we need to have any kind of?
For no presentation, but I do have a brief statement to read into record. The right Citizens Initiative petition titled Measure to Fund San Diego County Health. By law, the board must submit the measure to voters without alteration. The measure is a 0.5% sales tax with revenues dedicated as follows. 22.5% of the River Valley sewage mitigation, 17.5% to public safety and wildfire prevention, and 60% to healthcare, childcare, and nutrition. The measure requires a 12-member oversight committee, independent audits, and prohibits uses such as salaries and lobbyists. The measure requires a majority vote to pass. There are 2 options in the recommendations. Option 1, adopt the resolution to place it on the November 3, 2026 ballot today. Option 2, order an impact report due within 30 days, and schedule a special meeting to adopt the election resolution. Under Elections Code, Section 1405, the resolution calling the election must be issued at least 88 days before Election Day. That deadline is August 7, 2026, which would require a special board meeting sometime between July 25 and August 7, 2026, if option 2 is chosen. In addition to these two options, the board has the discretion to direct the auditor to review the initiative measure and prepare a fiscal impact statement pursuant to Election Code Section 9160. The auditor must provide this fiscal impact statement to the registrar of voters by no later than August 14th, which is printed in the voter information guide and limited to 500 words. I also want to note for the record that under Government Code Section 25207, the board retains the authority to order a report at any time independently of the Elections Code options before you today. This means that even outside the 30-day impact report process under Election Code 9111, the board may request an additional analysis if it believes it is necessary to support its deliberations. Thank you. That concludes my summary this time.
Okay, we'll go to public comment.
Thank you, Chair Losser-Reaver. We have 15 requests to speak on this item, 4 in person and 11 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 1 comment in opposition. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 11 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the road until registration to speak at the podium. You will have 1 minute to address the board. We'll be calling you groups of 3, so I'd like to invite for the first 3 individuals, allegedly Audra, Marco Espinosa, and Christopher Germain. Again, please state your name for the audio.
I need to call a point of order for what is taking place. You were just talking about transparency and accountability, and I would like to put you on notice to change your board policy to follow the law. And David, this is something that you should be addressing because it is a violation of not only our First Amendment, but the Brown Act that's under 2 constitutions, which supersedes your board policy. And under the Supremacy Clause, under the due process, it's the law of the land to have the First Amendment. So if I want to say puta, if I want to say cracker, whatever it is, even if it's criticizing a person, that is legal to do. So you're setting yourself up for litigation because you are violating the law by saying that you are following your board policy by restricting my speech. You've continued to do it. So I would like an answer from Damon regarding this because this is a violation of law and you know it. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Crystal Irving, President of SEIU Local 221, speaking in favor of this item. We were proud to join a coalition that brought this initiative to San Diegans. And over 150,000 San Diegans added their signatures to the effort to successfully qualify for the ballot. The citizens-led initiative will address the Tijuana River toxic sewage crisis with the first ever local infrastructure upgrades. It'll protect access to affordable health care in the face of Washington's severe cuts, establish a substantial first ever local investment in child care, and strengthen wildfire response for every community in San Diego County. This measure also includes independent oversight, public disclosure, and strict prohibitions on any funds going to elected official salaries or lobbyist contracts. Now, we recognize that today's vote is merely procedural, but I want to highlight that I think it's appropriate it's being discussed on the same day as budget deliberations when we see the impacts of H.R. 1 and this Trump administration, and we know it's going to get worse. So again, urging yes for this vote. Thank you.
Thank you, my for the remaining speakers in person, Michelle Krug and Oliver Schmitz.
Marcos Pezza. Eileen, yes. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. I did actually need to precede my remarks before by welcoming back Tara Losmerma. Congratulations and welcome back. I am very glad that we collected enough signatures to get this on the ballot. This money, I'm very glad you will just accept it. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Oliver Twist. I'm adamantly opposed to this, and I don't think the city or the county, you're fiscally irresponsible, you are growing government too big, 33% growth in 5 years, and I think it was 12 to 13% in county staff. And it's just too much, and we don't need more taxes, because look what happened in Balboa Park. When they like socialism, you end up running out of other people's money, and then you start charging for parking. Fix the infrastructure and the things that you're supposed to be working on. And what I would really appreciate is a lot more fiscal pragmatism. People don't understand, they hear progress. All the ideas sound so good, so feel good, but what you're really there is to grow government, grow your county staff, grow your union membership, so it can feed in the cycle of political donations. So rule pragmatically, focus on the Maslow hierarchy, and fix what needs fixing first. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Here comes Paula Bold. Here comes another tax, but the catch is how many projects and items this is supposed to fund. There's a new committee for pretty much everything for you fans of new bureaucracy. Of course, it has something for everyone, but what tiny percent of your sales tax will go to your favorite cause? So your 0.5% additional tax on transactions, excluding property or fuel, is supposed to fund 8 main items and many smaller projects. Quite a list. How many will each project get? 200% or less. The taxes will be put into the Protect San Diego County's Health and Safety Fund. These will be used to solely finance essential county services and maintain and improve the quality of lives of county residents.
From Swallow here, and all the slaves in favor of bigger government, say aye. Come on, slaves. Call it what it is. This item is so it can further keep the people under the rule of thumb of big government, to further keep them under the illusion that government is taking care of everything, taking care of them, when it's all about more taxes and more control. This item will pass with the majority being the 3 queen turds and tacos. And yeah, it's just more unbelievable shit comes from this diet. Done.
Next call is Terry Skelly.
I'm hoping to speak on item 13, not 11.
Okay, come back to you for that item. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Becky Rapp, and I recognize that the voters have demonstrated sufficient support for this measure to bring it forward. And at this stage, the county's responsibility is to ensure about what the measure does and how it would be implemented. I strongly encourage the board to ensure the fiscal impact statement and related materials, and that they clearly explain not only what services may be funded, but what gaps still remain if funding is sufficient. I'm concerned that this health and safety services must include upstream investment in youth prevention, especially youth drug prevention tied to marijuana use, as well as early intervention for mental health conditions associated with substance use. We're seeing increasing pressure on emergency departments, schools, and child welfare systems. And prevention is consistently
Thank you. Next caller.
truth, 誰のもの、manの赤さんが大ばかりの本当だ。It's not Espanol, but it's my free expression, and it still matters legally. Here's another item endorsed by unions such as SIU, signed by Crystal Irving on 4030 Louisiana Street, who has funded the benefactors of this tax, such as Manola Loma, who wants America to pay for Mexico sewage forever. Richter, Cal Fire for the greatest because they want to cut for their salary. Selfish. The county names a petition contains a sufficient number of valid signatures, but we know that's not true. We've seen the viral job. I just mentioned this petition going around about 2 months ago. You want people to believe they got millions of signatures in that short time frame? When people asked them if they were getting paid by signatures, and they admitted, yes, they were. This is 100% phony, which Maddie specializes in, and it's 100% fraud, which Tara specializes in. Shame on you, corrupt.
Pam, well, here we go with another lie, and I always know it is when the purple shirts turn up to speak begging for it with their flowery words. They must have a paid speechwriter. Anyway, no new tax. This is a scam. This is seen on item 10 that was passed, that Tara said that the implementation plan was not ready yet, that it would be left up to the working team. So how do we know this new tax will be implemented according to what is written here? And anything for health and safety services, why aren't the fire lookout towers maintained? There are a few that are closed and not being used because they're in poor state. Why were they not already maintained? So this is a scam. This is to get money to put into pet peeves, pet projects, not to do anything for the county, but to feed, probably unions and activist groups and NGOs, right? You have no idea how you're going to use this. Mm-hmm. And when one group gets more money and another group doesn't, how does that work?
Thank you. Chair Lostman, that concludes public comments on this item.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a couple comments. Did any of my colleagues have things to say? So I can just make a motion to do that. Seeing no request from my colleagues to speak, I'll just make a couple remarks on this. I just first of all want to express my gratitude to the leadership of so many folks who put this together. So thank you for your work. That's a lot of work, and there's a lot of people who are considered by the voters in November. That's just a lot of people to sign this ballot measure. So I hear that, and I think that to me this is real evidence that people in San Diego are deeply, deeply concerned about the Tijuana sewage disaster, about the devastating cuts to healthcare and food assistance that our community is facing, and that people remain very committed to making sure that our 911 emergency response can be the best and can keep us safe in even the worst conditions, and even if the worst and most unthinkable happens to our communities. And we began this conversation, I think, over a year and a half ago, when in my state of the county I mentioned my deep concerns about what was coming at us and what was coming towards our community in a new Trump administration. And I think this San Diego County Health and Safety Citizens Initiative rises to meet that moment. It offers voters a powerful tool that people can choose to support, to protect our community, to defend our community, to keep our water clean, to keep our hospitals open, and to make sure firefighters and first responders have the tools that they need to keep us safe. Our job today is extremely straightforward. This is a Citizens Qualified Initiative, and the voters must decide on this ballot measure that has been placed, or is being proposed to be placed on the ballot by the signatures of hundreds of thousands of voters. So So our role is not to adopt this measure ourselves. We really only can and must, from an administrative standpoint, Joe, correct me if I'm wrong, just put this on the ballot. I think my only concern is to ensure that the language is clear and accurate and sufficient. We want to ensure that voters have clear information so that they can make an informed decision. I think that's really our only role here, is to ensure that the language is clear and that the impact on our community is clear, because the information will be placed directly on the ballot. So with that, I would like to make the following motion, and you have the structure changes. That is to approve recommendation number 1, and then to approve recommendation number 2, option number 1, with the following clarifying amendments to the ballot question in the attachment B resolution to ensure as much transparency as possible for the voters to have clear and accurate information. So this is a funny one, but I was reading this and a lot of folks were not quite sure exactly what the word mitigate meant. It seemed like a $100 word. We could probably use the 10-cent word. So if we could just replace the word mitigate with cleanup, so that people actually know what is being written here and they're not confused. Similarly, another, maybe this is a $1,000 word instead of a 10-cent word. I don't need to know that we need to confuse people with the term retail transaction and use tax. I don't know what that is exactly. I think we can call it what it is, which is a sales tax. And then seems very important to add an annual amount to be raised until by voters. My understanding that was an oversight in the drafting of this ballot question by county council, because it's legally required to include that. And so that, and I know that it's estimated to raise $400 to $450,000, so $400 million, action on recommendation 3. So that's my motion, and hope to have support from the folks. Thank you. Supervisor Bennett.
Put a half-cent sales tax in front of people. It's the cost of everything is already way too high. We're always surprised when you go to the grocery store or you go, like clothes or car or something. Everything's just gone up. I agree with some. The Tijuana River definitely needs to be dealt with, but I think Mexico, we can not just throw more after down there. We got to get them to stop in creating the infrastructure that they need on their side. I think we have to put pressure on them as opposed to just putting more money. With item number 1 and 2 with option 2, not option 1. We're talking about impact. We're talking about responsibility, transparency. I think we have an impact report, which is option 2, and then come back within 30 days after we see an impact report, because I think that would be helpful to the citizens before they vote on it. I realize today we're just putting in yes or no on the ballot. I'm not going to be supporting this tax, but I would like to have an impact report. So I'd like to see if you'd be open to choosing an option 2, recommendation number 2, then I can support.
Did you, in your proposal on option 2, it says it's optional for us the board to schedule a special meeting sometime between July 25th and August 7th. What day did you want to have that?
Late July.
My birthday is July 27th.
You want before?
I can tell you July 27th is a Monday, so I don't think you're going to want to be meeting on a Saturday.
I could do it. I don't care. Yeah.
Well, think about it.
Okay.
So it's obviously tossed out there. So
okay.
I support option 1. It doesn't change my support for option 1. I just wanted to make sure that if you're supporting option 2, that it's a full proposal that folks can think about, because we'd have to calendar that. Supervisor.
Thank you. I just want to say that regardless where people
wise, I think the fact that so many people signed on to this petition knowing full well what it is a reflection of the sentiment of our region. And I think especially, I just want to speak obviously to the Tacona River. I think that all of us, whether you live literally in the affected area and are suffering the harms of this pollution every single day, losing lives through being sick or losing work or losing school, the reality is that the fixes aren't happening fast enough. Mexico is not doing enough. Trump is not doing enough. Biden didn't do enough. And that's just the reality. Nobody's done enough, and that's why we're here. And I see it as a way of the people of San Diego County taking the bull by the horns and bringing a real source of revenue that could truly bring relief. We've made our efforts, and I'm thankful to the board for the efforts that we're making, but that's, like I said many times, it's not going to solve the issue. Something of this caliber, something of this size, can't. And that's the most important thing, because if we wait for fixes alone to come from Mexico, we're going to be here 20 years, 30 years from now. And there's going to be people who have died from cancer, there's going to be people who have died from pneumonia, there's going to be people who died from other ailments that all of this contamination has the capacity to cause. So we don't keep our foot off the pedal. We continue to pressure Mexico. We continue to pressure this administration. We continue to pressure the state as well. There's been a lot of work that's gone on that my team and myself have done advocating for the monies to come from the state as well in the last 6 months. But the reality is it's not enough. The people have spoken. This is a high priority for them, and we should just let the process move forward. Thank you.
Vice Chairman Romstad. Yes, just briefly want to thank the ROV for the work that goes into certifying the initiative petition. Thank you for that. And congratulations to the coalition for securing enough signatures to make this ballot measure a reality. The issues that this measure addresses are critically important for providing quality of life we all deserve. We've just been discussing that for the entire day. So they are important. That doesn't mean that we know the fate of the measure in November. But I will be work with my colleagues and community partners to protect health care, improve child care, public safety, address the Tijuana River, the sewage crisis, no matter what happens. But this is something that we, I think, can look forward to seeing where the county is when it comes to these issues and how the vote will be reflected there. So thank you again, everyone, and this is more so procedural now for us. So with that, I'll go ahead and second this option.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor in a second. Please vote.
Yeah, Chair Losser, I just want to note for the record that we added the word annually, as you noted in the remarks, into question.
Before we go, just clarifying that we really have to put this on the ballot. So it's just probably a question of how, but not whether we do it or not. So let me make sure that's clear for the record. Thank you.
Chair Losser, that motion passes with Supervisor Anderson, Supervisor Desmond voting no, all of the supervisors being present at right now.
Okay. We will now move on to our next item. And this is an item that is brought forward by item 4, item 12, authorizing partner food distribution pilots for these kind of facilities and areas, community accountability requirements placements. I should do introductory remarks.
I will. Okay. Yes, thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you, County staff and our community partners for your important work on the food distribution component of the Safe and Beverage Program. Access to good nutritional food is a key determinant of health. Food is medicine. Tragically, an estimated 92,500 members of our community are at risk of losing access to that medicine, which is food, and to a happier, healthier life due to the new health work reporting requirements imposed by H.R. 1. This federally mandated change proposed action before the board today is designed to address that anticipated food insecurity by targeting the 16 zip codes where families are expected to be hit the hardest. We will be utilizing existing county facilities and partnering with the San Diego Food Bank and Feeding San Diego for emergency food distribution events to support hunger relief efforts. It also supports on-site benefit enrollment and supplemental resources provided by dedicated county staff as a part of the Safety Net Bridge program. We know these wraparound services are crucial to assisting families looking for long-term food security and stabilization resources during a time of significant change. This is also funding for, there's also funding for potential home delivery services and for distribution through other trusted community providers so that the county can stay nimble in addressing any service gaps that may be identified after program rollout. We built in program flexibility so that we can best meet the needs of our residents as those needs evolve. Staff will monitor and review reporting on an ongoing basis, ensuring optimal utilization of county resources. Supporting this proposed action will help prevent families in our communities from having to make tough decisions like food versus housing and food versus healthcare. It's both a moral and just action to support our neighbors in their time of need. So I hope my colleagues will support this item today, and I can make the motion now, that's fine. I can also wait until after others comment.
Okay, thank you very much. Would you like to first go to public comment or have one discussion? With people on the board who want to talk, we just go to public comment. Okay, well, apologies to Chris Anderson. We'll go to public comment and then we'll go to
Thank you, Chair Lost-Griever. We have 30 requests to speak on this item, 13 in person and 17 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 3 e-comments, 1 in support and 1 neutral. From the individuals that requested to speak on item 12 by phone, please dial in and the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As names called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. You will have 1 minute to address the board. I'll ask you to begin by stating your name for the audio record. I will call you in groups of 3, so please speak for your name. I do have for the first 3 individuals, Sam Duke, Noah E. Gick, and Karina Pugh. Call your number.
Good afternoon, my name is Sam Duke. I'm the Director of Programs at Feeding San Diego, representing families who are having to choose between groceries and gas, between rent and food for their families. Rising costs have pushed working families to the breaking point they've never faced before. Last month at our school pantry at Dewey Elementary, serving primary and military families, a mother of 3 told me that the food she's receiving means her family has dinner for that evening. Earlier this month, the new SNAP cuts may force even more San Diego families into food insecurity. Your funding approval today would do more than just feed hungry families, though that alone is transformational. These dollars will allow us to strategically strengthen and expand our distribution network that helps increase food rescue and provide more nutritious food year-round. Right now, food assistance is increasing every single day. Last month, we served over 500,000 San Diegos across the county. The families we serve can't vote on this today, but they are counting on your leadership on behalf of Feeding San Diego and the thousands of families we serve together.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Noah Gick, researcher with the Center on Policy Initiative. Third time's the charm today. We are just voting yes on Item 12 and advance the food access component of the Safety Net Bridge program. Nutrition security is a human right. Adequate nutrition helps people stay healthy, care for their families, and live with dignity. Right now, thousands of San Diegans are losing access to nutrition assistance or are at risk of losing it because of federal cuts. We cannot allow cruel decisions in Washington to harm San Diegans. The food distribution pilot before you provides a strategic, targeted response and includes measures to monitor outcomes and ensure support is meeting our community's needs. The Safety Net Bridge program is how we put our values into action. It says that in San Diego County, no one should go hungry, no one should go without care, and we take care of each other. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have 3 additional speakers. Leslie Audra, Doyle Morrison, and Alicia Morrison.
Good afternoon, supervisors. It's Karina Pugh again. My pronouns are she, her. I'm here today on behalf of the San Diego LGBT Community Center, asking you all to vote in support of this item. As we continue to see the painful impacts of HR1 and the significant cuts to programs that keep our communities fed, housed, and otherwise supported in an increasingly difficult economy, we are seeing LGBTQ folks disproportionately experiencing the impacts of these cuts. At our center, our food banks and other programs supporting food assistance are experiencing higher volumes of traffic than we've seen ever before. This item is the county's opportunity to be a bold leader, investing county dollars to mitigate the harms from these cuts. Please vote in support of this item to keep San Diegans fed, and thank you to Vice Chair Montgomery Stubb for her leadership on this. Thank you.
Hello, Doyle Morrison. I'm in favor of this food distribution, but consideration for eligibility based on zip codes is problematic. In the San Diego County, many unincorporated communities rely on zip codes assigned to nearby incorporated cities, meaning their mail says the city name, but they are governed and taxed by the county rather than the city. Notable unincorporated areas with city-affiliated zip codes are Bonita, Casa de Oro, Rancho San Diego, Fairbanks Ranch, La Presa, and Lincoln Acres. These community zip codes are not listed in this agenda item material as high-impact zip code served. The unincorporated communities are governed and taxed by the county rather than the city. Please do not exclude some of the most vulnerable communities from the benefits they are in need of. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Alicia Morrison. I support this, but there's a problem. The problem is disparity to the community of Lincoln Acres. Since the deprecation of the Lincoln Acres Post Office in 2011, Lincoln Acres has to share a zip code, 91950, with the city of National City. Lincoln Acres is not National City. Lincoln Acres has had its own zip code, 91947, that was established in 1925. In your placement of the strategic facilities, I am requesting Lincoln Acres Community Room in Lincoln Acres be placed on your list of facilities so those in 91950 can benefit. Do not deprive Lincoln Acres from county programs. Acknowledge 91950 for this program. Thank you.
Yeah, so the next speaker is coming forward. I'll invite 3 additional speakers. Marco Espinosa, Andrea Caldwell, and Edward Nieto.
Hopefully nobody lights a match because the gasoline you've been dousing the people in will go up in flames. It's interesting you talk about clear and accurate information. And in Monica, you're saying that food is medicine. Does your vending machine reflect that? No, it does not, but it's cool. It's all about making money, right? And it's just interesting the way you like to pull the heartstrings of people and act like, you know, this is Trump's, this is HR1. You guys were engaged in giving benefits to people who came across the border illegally. You knew what you were doing by aiding and abetting, and now the people are suffering the consequences because it actually made it harder for people that need it to get it because of your choices. So you sit here and you talk about transparency and accountability and giving clear and accurate information. Let's be real with the people. And let's be real that you cannot silence free speech. No matter what you think, no matter what policy you put in place.
Marco Espinosa, I'm in favor. I think a little bit about this. Yes. And they recently had a Human Rights on it, mentioning how HR1's new limitations had started effective this month. They've already been up to HR1, we will, as the months go on, we'll see more of the effects. So while the need has grown now, well, I'm sure it's already said. But anyways, I think this is a great measure to help those who are in need and getting the negative impacts of HR1. So thank you so much. Yep.
Good afternoon, Andrea Caldwell with Jacobs and Cushman San Diego Food Bank, which is
is the region's leading hunger relief organization. We serve every community here in San Diego County. Each month we help on average 400,000 San Diegans access nutritious food. So we are already seeing the impacts of these federal policy changes. In May, 83% of our emergency food assistance partners requested more food than the month before. So they were getting an average of 27% more food in just 30 days. And our Client Choice Pantry is also serving more people than any other point in this year. The county's Safety Net Bridge program will help ensure food remains available to residents, especially in communities where data indicates there is an expected need to grow. And the food bank has a long-standing commitment to using data to direct resources where they are needed most, and we commit to using 100% of these funds, if approved, to purchase food. We strongly support this, and thank you.
Thank you. Next speakers coming forward, I'd like to invite three remaining speakers in person. Alejandro Martinez, Omaira Yousefi, Michelle Krug, and Cynthia Fuller-Quinones.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Ed Nieto. I'm appreciative of the county services work proposal in this area. I do have a question. I wanted to ask, as others have mentioned here, why wasn't the 9195 zip code included in the significant low income population names that you have there? So when I hear the areas that are hit the hardest, not to include National City, that seems to be a little remiss. I'm asking a question. There's a methodology on how you determine this. We'd like to hear it to bring comfort to the community to see how this was decided. And specifically what data was used to exclude National City from the 16 highest impact codes. It's just important for the citizens to know that we're competing. We'd like to know what the explanation is. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Myra Yousefi with PANA. The Safety Net Bridge program is an essential program to provide access to meals and health care to those who no longer receive these basic services thanks to Trump's attack on the poor working class and on immigrants. At a community level, we have hundreds of people coming to us already telling us that their CalFresh has been stopped or it's going to stop, and they don't know how to feed their families. No child should go hungry in San Diego. At PANA, we host a food bank every week, and we see hundreds of families coming there, and more programs are really needed. These food distribution events will allow the county to respond to immediate needs and build on an action plan to assist those most in need while simultaneously creating long-term stabilization resources. So we urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Alejandro Mistican. I'm fully in support of item 12, food insecurity in vulnerable communities must be mitigated, and item 12 does just that. However, I'm deeply disturbed by the hate-filled comments about my district supervisor that apparently has been used several times as stated by the person who used this violent, harmful, and misogynist language. Supervisors Jim Desmond and Joe Anderson, as men on this board, and as men who have sworn to protect the women that you work with and women in your community, you must be using platforms you have at your disposal to address racist or misogynist remarks towards your colleagues who I know in the same vein would protect your personhood. This isn't about politics, this is about what's right and where our morality lies as professionals and colleagues in this work. We are here to work together and uplift one another, not to collaborate, not to tolerate divisive and violent behavior. That is not what is in our code of ethics, nor what is outlined in the code of civil discourse, which is attached to the county's rules of procedure for these meetings. Anyone can and should access this document. Thank you.
Michelle Krug again. I am very much appreciative of this pilot project and the fact that there is the focus on equity. I do have heard a couple of concerns. One of them Well, I'm surprised that National City zip code would not have been one of the 16. And the other thing is that I've been hearing, and I don't know enough about it, that South Bay doesn't have enough of the larger refrigerations that are allowed, that are capable of accepting pallets of food. So that there just might be an issue of somehow being able to make sure that each part of the county has that capability, and South Bay in particular, if it doesn't have that, then maybe there's grants or things that we can follow up on. Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I'm Cynthia Quinones. I'm speaking today as a former County of San Diego South Region Food Insecurity Work Group co-chair and health activist in the South Region for more than 20 years. In addition to my written comment, I feel compelled to speak on the omission of national city zip code, as we've heard from other speakers. Perhaps this is an error, or perhaps there's a separate plan for national city. However, without confirmation of either, I must speak against the plan as written. There are 2 key points. One, the County of San Diego cannot afford to exclude 91950 and its planned safety net bridge actions. We're one of the most food insecure areas of the county. And that's supported by the most recent reporting from the South Region Leadership Team meeting prepared by county staff. Secondly, National City warrants direct investment in its food responders and their long critical need for shared cold storage. It's been missing. Thank you.
We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak. We'll start with Dr. Collins.
Louisville, hi National City. Remember, this is a pilot program, not an actual program. Anyway, great idea. Budget is this last fall. 500,000 to fund events and pay for food, staff, and facility costs. Excuse me. Hopefully there will be donations, because I disapprove of using unlocked reserves for a pilot program which may or may not work out. Reserves should be for what we know will work. Also in the chart on page 5, the program would serve different number of zip codes, presumably different number of people at the same cost, which is highly unlikely. But another idea would be to hold these at a community garden or farm where
Next call is Consuelo. The vice might be needed. Consuelo, session, we'll go to the next call.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, Ann Riddle here. I have some concerns about this as a retired social worker. The first paragraph of the board letter indicates that 93,500 individuals may face a sudden reduction. That means there's still plenty of opportunities, and there are individuals, they're not families, we're not talking about children, we're talking about those who are adults who, for whatever reason, haven't registered, or can't register, or won't register, but seem to be able to work, or to volunteer, or to take a class. So I'm not really sure why we're beholden to 93,000 people who can't or won't do that. I think we are anticipating something that we don't know has happened, and we don't know will happen, or even suspect. It's waste.
Next caller.
It's truth, Tara. The $1 million words are eradicate, grit, and fraud. because we got $1 million in food fraud going on as an excuse to fund Jacob Cushman grifters with three-figure salaries. The county claims 93,500 individuals may face reduction or elimination of CalFresh rations, aka government-controlled medicine, like CalFresh taxpayer-funded candy bars, which proves how much fraud is going on with state welfare. The county claims 314,000 individuals will have to actually work, which proves that there's plenty of able-bodied adults who are lazy and refuse to get a job to take care of themselves. Racist, ethnic Manuela included. So I counted that the county needs to invest in an independent auditor now. Has there ever been verification that all of the Medi-Cal recipients are actually alive or cared for because Rolando and Maria Papuz and Sarah Citrus have confirmed no? Is it funding by zip code a form of unconstitutional discrimination? If the county's claim of 407,500 fraudsters is true, then it's time for intervention. Don't be a learning center, especially when Americans are obese at record rates. Good afternoon, my name is Erin Brennenberg on behalf of Family Health Centers of San Diego, speaking in strong support of item number 12. Our teams see every day in our clinics how reliable access to nutritious food is fundamental to health. Federal changes under HR 1 are already making it harder for patients to enroll in and maintain CalFresh benefits, even when they are eligible, increasing food insecurity in already vulnerable communities. We appreciate the board's proactive efforts to respond before these impacts worsen. County collaboration with trusted partners like the food bank and Feeding San Diego will help meet the scale of demand and ensure residents in need do not go hungry, especially in highly impacted neighborhoods. Thank you.
Pam, how funny, there's the word mitigate again, and Tara thinks the constituency is ignorant. Mitigate does not mean enhance, just read the whole thing. You don't need an explanation or a change of the wording. I've attended these meetings times 5 years, and the problems are the same and unchanged. Homelessness due to drugs and mental health issues, hunger, marginalized communities. And over the Biden admin, millions of illegal immigrants who are not new Americans being granted special privileges and never-ending freebies, draining the county's resources, helping to put us in this problem, regardless of what the Trump administration has done. This board policies have failed, billions of dollars wasted, as evidenced by the same activists and NGOs and purple shirts begging for money year after year, almost meeting after meeting. Work hours or volunteer hours must be mandatory for the able-bodied, single, without dependents. This will help lift these individuals and allow them to exit the stranglehold.
Hi, Natalie Lashley here. I stand with the Community Budget Alliance and LEA. I think it's important that we feed people who need to eat. Regardless of how we got here, we still are a community that needs to work together, and people need to eat. The stress with the No Good Day Center closing, and these cuts and HR 1, all of it is getting to the people. And if you can't eat, it literally deteriorates your mind. We have to support each other in this rough spot, no matter how we got here. Thank you.
My name is Laura Wilkinson, Citizen Community Activist and leader of SouthSewage.org. First, I want to thank all of the supervisors for your votes on items 10 and especially 11, the initiative that we've been begging for here in the South Bay. Item 12, so this pilot safety net is critical for the least amongst us. I know many active duty military families who get their month-end food from food banks. So many will fall through the cracks in accessing CalFresh, and your actions here will save lives and the future of children by providing food and adequate nutrition. I want to thank you for your leadership in improving item 12, assuring that we use our taxpayer funds for the public good. We don't want San Diegans going hungry for whatever reason. Thank you.
Lynn. I live in District 4 and work with the San Diego Refugee Community Coalition. I'm calling to voice our strong support for Agenda Item 12. We strongly support the recommendation to partner with trusted community-based work, especially to carry this work forward. We know that for refugee and immigrant communities, these partners are really essential for sharing information in primary languages and in culturally responsive ways so that families can really understand and access what they need. So we urge the county to keep community at the center of implementation to ensure resources reach those most impacted. Thank you so much for your leadership and consideration.
Thank you. Let's hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon. My name is Rin and I work with the San Diego Refugee Community Coalition. I'm calling today to voice my support for this item, especially because it really highlights the disproportionate harm these federal policy changes will have on the refugee and immigrant communities that our organizations each work with. Many of our community members will lose access to essential services that will have an overall effect on their health and quality of life. We know that our refugee and immigrant communities will be hit the hardest by these changes, and we wanted to advocate for taking a community-led approach to help community members navigate these new requirements and help make sure that we can mitigate the loss of access to CalFresh benefits. And that can really effectively be done through community partnerships that will allow us to reach community members in their primary languages and meet them where we're at. So that's why we strongly support this item. And especially the recommendation of partnering with trusted community providers to ensure that our communities are supported. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, this is Rita De La Fuente calling on behalf of the San Diego Hunger Coalition, who supports Item 12, which HR1's CalFresh changes taking effect, quickly moving food and on-site benefits into some of our hard-hit neighborhoods as a step in the right direction, and we thank Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp for her leadership. As the county builds the living map this action calls for, targeting can be sharpened with more data on the eligible but not enrolled population, including both the number of potential enrollees and the participation rate. That perspective keeps smaller, high-rate communities a priority when they might have been overlooked by population-based metrics, and it surfaces where immigrant, mixed status, and rural households might be missed by in-person events. As more residents lose eligibility under HR1, ensuring everyone who remains eligible and successfully enrolled is more critical than ever. This is a one-time bridge, and we encourage the county.
Consuelo here, and thank you for coming back to me under, let's see, give them a fish and they'll eat for the day. Teach them to fish and they'll never go hungry. This is just another typical big government item, a slave mentality item, really. It keeps the people under the illusion that they need government to take care of them, furthering the programming that the people themselves aren't enough, that they're incapable of survival and being independent from Big Daddy government. More lies, more abuse. You know, how about investing in teaching the needy to fend for themselves, invest in lifting up humanity, not keeping them down and reliant. But, you know, that doesn't keep the system alive, and that's all you guys are about. Having the people under submission and control. And pretty unfortunate.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Oscar. Thank you for those public comments on this item.
Okay, turn the floor to Superintendent Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank my colleague for bringing this forward. This is a great idea, and I just so appreciate it. I also want to thank the Food Bank and Feeding San Diego for their participation, their hard work, and I believe that they made a commitment to do this without overhead, which is amazing. I do have a consideration now that I bring before you, a possible amendment Can we grab slide 1? When looking at areas of highest vulnerability, and I'll just put the numbers in perspective, in D2, the loss of CalFresh benefits is at 44%, higher than 3 of the districts put together. In the communities of 91906, 91963, and 91980, as you see on the map, are the highest level of vulnerability. And when I went through this, we have a lot of distribution in Spring Valley. Spring Valley is not of the same level of need. In fact, 2 of the locations are within a mile of each other. What I'd like to be considered, by the way, if you live in 91906, the closest location is Spring Valley, and that Spring Valley location is over 31 miles one way. And to put it in perspective, in 91980, the household income is $21,000 to $49,000, depending on the track you're in. And in 91963, it's $10,354. That's household income for the year. So these are people who are not going to be driving 30 miles one way to get these benefits. And yet these are the ones that have been hit the hardest already over the last 2 months. All I'm asking is that we request that 12 of the distributions proposed for the Spring Valley location be moved to those 3 districts, those 3 zip codes. And I would leave it to staff. By the way, we can pull up slide 2 to get a better idea. But we do have some locations that at least staff said that they found that they could go to. And if we could do that, I know that Amazon is partnering with Feed San Diego, distributing 7 breakfasts and 7 lunches during the summer. And maybe we could use a program like that. But I was hoping you could take us friendly amendment so that these folks, the people who are greatest in need, who are in the poorest of poor, would have access. It's not an easy ask, it's a logistics issue.
Right.
But I know your heart, so I'm feeling pretty good about this.
I just wanted, because I know there were layers of information done that were used for the final kind of product here. My only ask before we change it is, what are food banks doing in the area? Well, is that the Mount Empire? Is that okay?
Mount Empire.
What are because there's 2 things. One is we took into consideration, I believe, what was already there, as far as food banks are concerned, and the work that they're doing there. And then we have the additional $500,000 allocation that we would use to fill any of the gaps that these 6 distribution centers are not filling. Right? That would include delivery services. It would include being more specific to the needs.
If you would prefer to do that, but I'd like to make it not open to them.
Yeah, very clear.
I want to make sure it's clear that we're going there. Because, already 44% of these folks have already been hit. And you're the 2nd largest, shockingly, District 1 is not that high in terms of cuts. So.
Well, I guess just asking, what would that do logistically to change one of the Spring Valley locations? We can either do that or we can specify the 500,000 that some of that will be used specifically for additional support to the Mountain Empire, which I think may even be a better way to do it because there may be more specific needs in the community that require home delivery or other kind of distribution of the food. So that's just where I'm at. But yes, let's try to get there.
Do you want to ask staff what they would prefer? Because as long as it's covered, I'm not going to quibble over how we get there.
Right.
The Spring Valley locations aren't of the highest need. However, they're next to 3 of the communities in your district that are of the highest need. So I get that.
D4 also some in D1, I think Spring Valley is covering. And And also just thinking about the facilities too that the county has, which you did bring that up in Fire. Well, what would be the preference for staff? What would be easier?
Thank you for that question, through the chair. I think 1 week does provide us the most flexibility in meeting the needs of that specific area. So I agree that if we could just use it $500,000 and tailor the food distribution, whether it be home delivered or if we find a site, we'll do something there.
Can you have your office reach out to our office, because we have contacts in those communities, and I just too often, you know, some of these people don't have internet. Some of these people, I mean, it's object property, and maybe they have internet, but they don't have access because they can't afford access. So we have teams that go out there from time to time and knock on doors. I'd really like to find out, you know, what we're thinking, and then we want to make sure that we push that out so that nobody slips through the cracks.
Is that good with you?
I'm good with that.
Oh,
thank you.
Supervisor Drury.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I want to start off by thanking Vice Chair Montgomery Steph for your leadership on this. It's incredible work, and it's incredibly important, and it's just so unfortunate that here we are. And we heard from the major food hubs, food distribution hubs in the entire county, how significant the increase in need has been, and how much families are suffering. But I did want to, so I want to address two of the comments that I heard. The lack of a refrigeration center in South Bay, that's correct. It's on my radar. We're looking at options. It's something more long-term outside of this particular discussion, but complementary to it. And secondly, the possibility of looking at 91950 as some of the commentators.
So, yeah, and I will turn it over to staff, but my understanding of 91950 is right now there are about 23 distribution sites in the zip code that the food bank actually does. We would have to check and see if that is accurate, right? I know they have 4 schools as well, but I want to check and make sure that's the case. Even if it is the case, if there is a way through the 1B allocation, if we could call out just supporting that zip code as we do the analysis of what is actually available and making sure we communicate, consult with District 1 on that zip code when it comes to that additional $500,000 allocation. I think that would probably be the best way. That way, even if we have these distribution sites, if there's gaps in that, right, that we can, or again, home delivery, there's other methods of trying to get the food to people as they need it. So I think that would provide the most flexibility if you're okay with that.
I would welcome that, thank you, and especially for the, you know, the case of Lincoln Acres being one of the National City, and maybe we're pulling data from National City potentially that we're not accounting for maybe some of the unincorporated areas. So I appreciate that and your amenability to looking at that. Thank you. Oh, and I don't know if there's.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second your motion, Vice Chair.
I have a motion from Vice Chair, a second from Supervisor Hess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I plan on supporting, but one of the things I think I need to address is HR1 seems to be the hammer, the tool that seems to get mischaracterized, I think, by a lot of people and some of our speakers as well. The CalFresh is going to go away, or people are going to not be eligible. The new requirement for CalFresh only applies to people 18 to 64 years old, or able-bodied, single, and don't have children under the age of 14. The only requirement is they have to volunteer or go to school 20 hours a week, or they have a job, and they have to submit paperwork twice a year now instead of once a year. Those are the new requirements. So everybody that was eligible before is still eligible. This CalFresh feature just kicked in a few weeks ago, so we're gonna see how it all works out. And the same thing with the Medi-Cal. Again, this is able-bodied people are being asked to work. And like I said, they can go to school or they can volunteer for up to 20 hours a week. It's very simple, it's very easy. And even here in the board letter, it says they're at risk. It doesn't say they're gonna be losing. So a lot of people, I think, are overblowing this HR1 when it's really just has some work requirements in there or volunteer requirements. And I do have a question, I guess, I'm going to be supportive today, but the zip code thing kind of throws me, and I think one of the speakers had mentioned that too, that zip codes are, just because of where your mailing address is, doesn't necessarily mean you qualify or not. So if there's a way, and I know maybe the food banks already do this, so they have a qualification process or something like that for people that come in, it seems to be a net with a bunch of holes in it at this point.
Food banks have, in partnership with the Heritage Coalition, do almost real-time data, so they have data. And it is based on zip code, just because that's, unfortunately, well, I'm not going to say you've been there already. But they do have data. Also, the county, we have data. We have, of course, the roll of people that are eligible for CalFresh and at risk. That's where the number comes from. So I don't, if we're not targeting it based on the need, based on the data that we collect, then it really becomes very arbitrary, and then we're trying to base it as much as possible on data.
Well, and I agree with that, but if somebody's not in one of these zip codes, and they show up and they have a need, I want to make sure that they also have the action.
Yeah, absolutely. And the hardest part about this is that the need is great regardless of the community that we're talking about. This is just because we're trying to be, as we have discussed all day, fiscally prudent. We're trying to do the best we can for the most amount of people for the most efficient cost. That's really where this comes in. You leave it up to me, I make sure that everybody has food, no matter what. Okay.
Back to you, Vice Chair.
Okay. Just a couple quick things, and I do appreciate the discussion. Of course, that's why things come to the board, because again, we're all elected by our constituency and we know our districts, right? So I do appreciate the additional input. I believe that the South County Live-Well Center here may be actually in 950, but regardless, we'll consult with D1 to make sure that we're clear on all of that. And to the community, thank you for coming out and asking the questions. I just want to say this, it does not give me pleasure to sit in a seat and say that 90,000 people are at risk. It doesn't give me pleasure. I don't need to hit someone with that doesn't agree with me on everything. This is not fun to say that, but it is a reality that there are more people at risk. And that is just something that, having gone through COVID, having gone through the floods, that it really was on my heart to try to be proactive. And the thing is, a big part of this that I think is important is the data collection. Because if the need is less, then we will spend less money and it will come back into our general fund. And that will be a victory, right? I'm not, this is not where I want to be, but I think it's where we need to be right now. We have to be proactive. I think the redetermination and those requirements that HR1 brings in have shown us across the nation that when states do redetermination, people automatically fall off the rolls because oftentimes they don't have the time or the knowledge to bring their paperwork in every 6 months. So it has these practical implications that we're just trying to mitigate for, that's all. And if we don't have to spend the money, then that'll be, I think we'll all be very happy about that. And we can use it elsewhere. The data will tell us that, and it's very important that we keep that data, and then we don't just say, go off and spend the money without understanding what the need is. So I appreciate the conversation here, and I'm done. So, yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the motion on the floor in a second.
Chair Lostburger, that motion passes unanimously. Also, the president being present and voting aye.
Okay, great. And we'll now move on to item 13. So this is the continued items. And this is your recognition, sorry, Secretary. So would you like to say a couple words?
I'm going to present real fast because hopefully that saves time on public comment was not in. So, just bring people to speak on April 21st, the board unanimously approved directing the county staff to provide board policy requiring board ad hoc subcommittees to undertake several actions to ensure transparency and public access to meetings. The recommended actions included public posting of meeting agendas prior to the subcommittee meetings, allowing the public to review the meetings, and making meeting minutes available to the public. These mirror the standard transparency actions the board takes under our regular board meetings. Although there's continued to be support for adopting a policy to provide the public with information to the board ad hoc subcommittee meetings. Some board members have raised concerns that some information discussed during these meetings may need to be kept confidential. I agree. We need to be able to protect personal information of juveniles, but there's already protections in state law. The county can't violate state law. The recommendations in item 13 would not change those protections. The recommended action to adopt the new board policy 875 to standardize transparency actions to be taken by the board ad hoc subcommittees allows the board to waive this policy when necessary to do so to protect confidential information. Here's the rub. However, without this policy in place, the public will continue to be completely shut out of numerous decisions being made by the minority of the board. When I say minority, subcommittee can only be 2 people. So that's always the minority of the board. And I'm going to give you an example. I'm not trying to pick a fight, but this is a great example. During our board ad hoc subcommittees and juvenile justice meetings, critical information and testimony may be delivered by the Chief Probation Officer, the Council of Juvenile Justice Administrators, the Juvenile Justice Division, law enforcement officials, and youth advocacy groups. There's currently no way for the public or other board members to access that vital information these officials and individuals have provided to these ad hoc subcommittees. Other ad hoc subcommittees are making critical spending decisions totaling in tens of millions of dollars that are only known by the public and other board members once they have been brought before the board in final form. We're not seeing how this stuff, all the board subcommittees I've done are posted, the testimonies are posted, and any member of this board in real time can track it. Although we're not communicating, it's available to the public, so it's available to the board. It doesn't violate the Brown Act. Now, by adopting this new board policy 875, this board can demonstrate that it's serious about providing transparency and public access to information considered by the board members in real time while continuing to protect the information that should be kept confidential. I'd like to offer an amendment to my own board letter, and I think you have a copy of it. You wouldn't mind putting it up. I want to be sensitive to those confidential items, and I want to protect children. But I spent 12 years as the vice chair of public safety in the state legislature. We had plenty of youth who testified before our committees. We were able to meet the law, protect the kids, and still making sure the public understood. So we would provide summaries of what the youth would provide in testimony, but all of the adults in the room, their testimony was immediately made available for folks to follow. So with this, it says, notwithstanding the foregoing, the ad hoc subcommittee may meet confidentially on any topic which the Ralph M. Brown Act would permit a legislative body to meet in closed session, if not already covered by the Brown Act or state law. State law covers juveniles, so that would already be there. If an ad hoc subcommittee decides to meet confidentially, the co-chairs must communicate the need and justify for holding a confidential meeting to the other board members, the chief CAO, and clerk of the board and county council. So in other words, you would automatically be covered by state law, so you could absolutely protect the youth or any item. Say it's a personnel item, say it's another sensitive item. Absolutely, you have the right to do it because that would be covered by the Brown Act if this was a full board. So that would be the guardrails to make sure that we're not doing it. But if you had law enforcement and they were giving testimony, or you were asking AI experts, and you had a subcommittee, a panel of AI experts, everybody would have access to that. They'd be able to see it, they'd be able to understand it, and when you have an open process like that too, one of the things I like is we did receive emails from folks with additional questions or with additional thoughts, and they were helpful in terms of who we brought in the next round of questioning, and that we covered all the topics. Now, much of it, I have to admit, when people submitted it to us, it wasn't relevant. They didn't fully understand the subject matter, and they had a good idea, but the idea was against the law. So that was not something that would get any traction. But we're missing out on that input, and frankly, I'm missing out as a board member when these things come before us, and I have no way of knowing how that decision was made. When it comes to a board, and staff does it, we have staff do a presentation, and we can ask all the expertise of the staff, but now we're going outside of the staff and not seeing what they're saying, not hearing what they're saying, and not seeing what they're suggesting is very, very problematic. So I'm hoping I solve the transparency issue by putting big guardrails in place over things that need protection in the meetings, and individuals that need protection in the meetings, or subject matter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
By the way, it's a motion.
It's a motion, so we have a motion.
I'll second.
To pass the item as drafted with the addition of item of C. And a second from Supervisor Desmond, who will now go to public comment.
Thank you, Chair Lawson Rayburn. We have 44 requests to speak on this item, 18 in person, 26 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 90 comments, all requests been supported. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 13 by phone, please dial our conference line to see what instructions that were provided. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As their names called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is their turn to speak at the podium. Because there are 10 or more speakers from the side, you have 1 minute to address the board. I'll ask you to please begin by stating your name for the audio record. We'll be calling you in groups of 3, so please listen for your name. The first 3 individuals are Ryan Holmes, Greta Lindstrom, and Holly Madison.
Good afternoon, my name is Ryan Holmes, and thank you for your time. I'm here speaking in support of agenda item 13. The weight of the public view into the discussions we're having today is obvious in your behavior and how you speak to one another, right? And the diplomacy that requires, and the thoughtfulness and the care that requires. And that might also be an argument for this measure. Much of what becomes ordinance finds its origin in ad hoc committees. And in the absence of public view, many things can occur and gain legs and momentum that may not be in the public interest, but might serve individual interest. So there's a fair amount of argument for, though it may seem less than elegant to have that kind of input. there's a tremendous amount of value in having that kind of oversight from your fellow constituents, right? In real time. So I thank you for your time. God bless you.
Speaker, please.
Hello, Rita Lindstrom, District 3, and yes, I support transparency to board-created ad hoc subcommittees. Thank you. This proposal is truly transparent, and we must end secret subcommittee meetings. Let the constituents be informed of these crucial conversations. Obviously, the state-mandated privacy aspects will be protected. And so I assume that this is going to be passed unanimously, right? Since you all have stated endorsement of transparency, right? So I'm looking forward to the vote. And thank you, Supervisor Anderson.
Thank you. I'd like to invite forward 3 more speakers. Oliver Twist, Leslie Audra, and Doyle Morrison.
Madison. I strongly support item 13. We need transparency and need to know where the sausage is made. The people spoke when voters voted for a specific term for you supervisors. Today you voted yourselves longer terms. Unless you're a hypocrite, this means you are all okay when President Trump extends his term. I would also like to add today, Tecolote Canyon, especially on the Cali wayside, is a San Diego wildfire's ticking time bomb, and we need people out there to trim back and weed abatement. Preventative measures like that are what help us from having all these people homeless on the, is one avenue that helps from so many people ended up homeless and in the streets or wherever they can be. Today we discussed millions of dollars for organizations in the past for food, housing, wraparound services, and attorneys. Get Mexico to step up and help out.
Hello, my name is Doyle Morrison, and I'm in favor and support of this before us because it's important to have the transparency so that everyone can pay attention to what's going on. I spoke with a gentleman at lunch at the break, and we had this conversation about concern about privacy for some of the children that are happening. And I believe Joe Anderson's amendment has taken care of that so that they can be protected and the people can stay informed. I believe that you guys can all agree that this is a win-win if we can have the transparency and we can protect the children. Thank you for the concern.
Thank you. Next speakers coming forward, I'll make 3 additional speakers. Alicia Morrison, Marla Espinosa, and David Ray.
Hi, yes. Good afternoon. Mary Davis and Oliver Twist, and I'm strongly in favor of this. And I do consider myself a seasoned veteran of this chamber. And I have to say, in my 4 or 5 years of being here, even I am confused about how policy comes forward and gets crafted. It seems too much is done behind closed doors in the darkness. I'm saying bring it all out. And you hold your boards and commissions to that standard, so I don't understand why you would not hold every of your committee, say those that do truly require sensitivity, like juveniles and etc. I'd also like to bring up this time. This might be the perfect time. I worked with your financial office and for the county reserve tracker real-time dashboard. So I would like maybe also to think about this in some kind of transparency, just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about. I did send it and I had AI create a beautiful dashboard. It links to every vote you would do. So please bring that forward as transparency.
Good afternoon, Alicia Morrison. It is nice to stay informed. The preamble of the Brown Act states, public commissions, boards, councils, and other legislative bodies of local government agencies exist to aid in the conduct of the people's business. The people do not yield their sovereignty to bodies that serve them. The people insist on remaining informed to retain control over the legislative bodies they have created. For example, right now, San Diego Parks Advisory Committee is missing April and May minutes from the website. So you can't even go and review what business was conducted at those meetings. Let's support this. I see nothing wrong with it. If there is private sensitive material, redact it. If there's a concern for private individual information exposed, lost my thought. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Dave Ray. I live in Spring Valley, District 1. And today, this afternoon, and this morning, we've seen quite a lot of animosity of the citizens against the board members for how you're conducting your work. A while back, there was another huge situation with the placement of the mini cabin shelters in Lemon Grove against the vociferous opposition by the citizens of Lemon Grove and Spring Valley. However, you have an amazing opportunity in front of you right now to redeem yourselves, to repair this situation by showing us that you really, really do care about the citizens. I support Supervisor Anderson's idea, and I urge you to strongly support it as well, because it will give you an opportunity to really show accountability and transparency. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is coming forward. I'll invite 3 additional speakers: Alejandro Martinez, Omar Yusufi, and Rahman.
Marco Spinoza. I am in favor of this item. Thank you to Supervisor Anderson for bringing it forward. Him and I said on different sides of the aisle, but in my time coming to Board of Supervisors meetings, I have to be very kind, reasonable, often funny, but very strong-hearted man. So I thank you for this. And the second from Supervisor Anderson. And just to wrap up, for item 12, hunger, pain, and lust are all very strong motivating factors, and food insecurity has a both physiological and psychological effect, and mitigating that helps the wider community experiences.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, Board of Supervisors. My name is Alejandro. Supervisor Joe Anderson, I'm glad you brought up the Juvenile Justice Ad Hoc Subcommittee, because it's exactly what I'm going to allude to. While transparency is so important, I work in the juvenile justice landscape, and transparency is something that we're always trying to overcome, especially with certain agencies that work in this county. What we have been able to do in the ad hoc as is the reason why we have so many young people come in today and present and share their stories. So I would really encourage any form of the changing of any ad hoc that you advise the young people in that juvenile justice ad hoc subcommittee if this is something they want. So we should be centering these young people as we're making these decisions about meetings that are centering their voices, their stories, right? And so if we disrupt that juvenile, we're going to disrupt a lot of the powerful work that we're doing right now in the county. So I would just recommend that you think twice about what we're trying to do here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rahma Abdi. I'm with Hana and also resident of District 4. I'm here to oppose on item 13. Our organization works with immigrant and refugee communities. We support transparency and accountability. However, I do not support this proposal. We already have many rules, meetings, and public process, and the final decision always made by the board. Our health community are important because they help supervisors discuss the new issue and respond to the community needs quickly. They are created to address specific issues and provide recommendation. And I ask you all to vote no on this item. Thank you.
The next speaker is coming forward. I'll call 3 additional speakers. Muhammad, Alexander Valentin, and Michelle Cruz. How can you please support?
this won't pass porque estas tres putas dirán que no. That's why. And it's interesting because you guys don't want to be transparent what's actually going on with the children. And that's what's so nefarious, but all things then done in the dark will come to the light. And it's interesting that we think, or someone here thinks that Joel and Jim took an oath to protect Paloma's feelings. But if I want to say puta, verga, culo, negra, estúpida, I mean, que casa, chacatina, miert, whatever I want to say, I can. It's protected under free speech, and that's what you took an oath to uphold. So you can sit here and be offended all you want, but you sat there and you said, I love when you guys go up there and you use your free speech, yet you want to impede it every chance you get. That's a violation of the law and sets you guys up for litigation. So I suggest you stop, and I can say puta, whatever, all I want. And say your name with it as well.
Michelle Krug, and I guess I've been spoiled with the city of San Diego because all of the, and I know there's a difference between ad hoc committees and standing committees, but I've always been able to see when a committee is meeting in my government, in my city government. So I really would appreciate knowing that, knowing what the topics are, even being able to just give that feedback, even if it wasn't at the meeting. But I do think it's important that that be all calendared, so we do know that that's happening, and what the topics are. I'm on the Persons with Disabilities Committee, and even a baby committee like that, we adhere to the Brown Act, so I would like to see that happen with all of our committees. Thank you.
I'd like to invite forward additional speakers, Lucky Aiden, Britta Lindstrom, and DeAndre Brooks.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Lucky Aiden, District 4, President with PANA. PANA opposes this item because we don't believe that adding more bureaucratic hurdles help increase transparency and oversight in the government. We do believe that making meetings public is important, providing meeting notes and so on, but those are already part of the ad hoc community procedures already. The ad hoc community procedures for those in juvenile justice uncovered real issues, and now OC Spriggs is no longer going to be used on our youth. We urge you to vote no on this item because vulnerable communities should have a safe place to bring up critical and emerging issues. Thank you.
Thank you. And a final call for Amira Yusufi, Mohammed, Alexander Valentine, DeAndre Brooks. Let's see, those individuals. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We will start with our first caller.
Good afternoon again. This is Kathleen Libet, and I thank Supervisor Anderson for his thoughtful and well-spoken comments about his item here, item 13. Absolutely supported. There is more transparency is always necessary. The public is already challenged in navigating the county's website, their agendas, staff reports, the bureaucratic language that's used. We do not need any more that is obscured under the cloak of politicization. So thank you, and I hope that you'll support this item. And thank you again, Supervisor Anderson.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
All of those figures that this is the last item on the original agenda. You just don't want to reveal your dirty little secrets. You mentioned privacy, need secrecy, every little excuse you can find. But you know what? It's all government stuff. All discoverable. That's what the San Diego PRA Public Records Act lawsuit is all about. Reviewing government's dirty little secrets. The new policy looks good. Great job. This will definitely increase the transparency of these meetings, and it seems to ensure a wider distribution of ideas and opinions when it comes to discussing improving meeting topics. For instance, criminal justice. I'm sure the board wouldn't want us to know which cases it is.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Consola here. I'm just here paying attention and seeing what the others are saying, and yeah, it's good to see Drunken Zombie in the chambers. Glad you're back at it, paying attention. But let's see. Yeah, that's all I have on this item. What a joke. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Dr. Gordon, I urge you to adopt this board policy A75 that will clearly identify the actions of any ad hoc subcommittee. This policy is necessary to ensure the public a level of transparency and accountability that continues to be missing from this board. Your constituents need to be informed of the actions taken by all ad hoc committees, particularly when important policies and financial matters are being discussed and acted upon. County residents deserve access to the subcommittee meetings and information. There needs to be rules and guidance for the operation of these committees. There needs to be a schedule of all meetings posted online with agendas, material prior to the meeting. Again, I urge you to vote for this new board policy A75. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, board, supervisors. My name is Russell James, and I'm speaking in support of item 13. This measure has value, and I'm asking you all for your support for this measure as well. Previous opposition from some board members were mind-getting, adequately addressed, and options offered to mitigate these issues. Unfortunately, this measure is still not being supported. The public deserves transparency, and I urge you to vote yes on this. The members that refuse to support this measure, please remember that the public comment is overwhelmingly supporting it. We are watching. You will remember your actions come. We will remember your actions coming to the election time. Your actions or lack thereof do have consequences. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Terry Ann Scaly. I came today to support item 13 because those of us living in the unincorporated feel very much cut off from the flow of information behind the decision-making that is happening at Board of Supervisors, and the background information associated to those decisions that may have come from an ad hoc committee meeting. As you know, item 13 recommends that a minimum, the public must have access to agendas for ad hoc committees. Where names are not necessary, just general topics that are on the agenda. And at a minimum, an opportunity to know the results of the agenda items. Again, no names are necessary. It would also be useful to know what the supporting materials were associated with when making decisions on the agenda that are not confidential. This would be a safe and reasonable way to begin so that this Board of Supervisors wouldn't seem so resistant.
Thank you. Next caller.
Peggy Walker, I strongly favor this. Carol Lawson-Remer said earlier that charter reform has been a quote participatory process. That is egregiously invalid. Outside of special interest groups, the public had little opportunity for input or scrutiny of that proposal and was cut off from board meeting comments. Transparency builds trust. That's compelling reason if you really believe in quote participatory processes for ad hoc committees to operate with clear rules and meaningful public access. That means access to know who's at the table and how decisions are shaped before reaching board meetings. Your yes vote on this issue will be a true measure of your commitment to the participatory process and transparency, or whether that's just convenient rhetoric. Appropriate exclusions for vulnerable issues have been addressed. Good afternoon. My name is Becky Rapp, and I urge you to support Board Policy A75 because transparency should apply to all board-created subcommittees, especially when they're discussing major policy issues before it becomes a full board. A good example is the county's socially equitable cannabis program. This program has been under development for years and could have significant impacts on public health, public safety, neighborhoods, youth exposure, and county finances. Yet many residents have found it difficult to track where recommendations were developed and what discussions occurred before they reached the board. The public deserves timely notice of meetings, access to agendas, reporting, meeting materials, consultant information, and clear documentation of recommendations. Transparency should begin when policies are being developed, not just when final decisions are scheduled for a board vote. The policy will help ensure that residents can follow important discussions, understand how recommendations are formed, and participate.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I appreciate this opportunity to share my support for item 13 regarding Supervisor Anderson's proposal regarding ad hoc committees. I find it confusing that maybe my Board of Supervisors wouldn't have the information he needed because he doesn't get any of it from an ad hoc committee. Imagine how that extends out to those of us who live out here in the incorporated area. We don't have an access to understand. It has been said that transparency is the bedrock of trust, accountability, and authentic relationships. It eliminates hidden agendas, fosters psychological safety, and allows genuine connection to flourish, proving that honesty is the ultimate catalyst for both personal and organizational integrity. I would add to that these opportunities to understand what's happening in our county and the agendas and decisions and supporting materials.
We'll hear from the next caller.
Hey, Truth Brown, 4 hearing this item about transparency that Sarah, Maddie, Monica continue to resist like cockroaches and the like. The progressives don't want to know about the backroom deals with the Harm Reduction Coalition, the backroom deals with Paul Worley, the backroom deals with Jason Cooper, the backroom deals with the Center on Policy Initiatives, the backroom deals Maddie made with her deadbeat, and they don't want the public to know or have any say in how so many multi-million-dollar sole source contracts came to be, or how backroom residents have been forced to bail out the city of San Diego time and time again. The flood, art, homelessness, everything is what they want us in the dark on, using children as their shield. Terrorist political theater, Maddie's meaningless monologues, Monica's TDS, and their secret ad hoc solve nothing. Again, Marvelous, Joel, Tara, and Jim, who got $2,200 from AT&T, using our public special events trust fund to funnel money to their private campaign, does everything anyone ever needs to know about this current board and the word transparency. They do not relate nor equate. And Monica, I'm gonna wait your spinning records too, don't worry. We the people bring the real life.
We'll
this is definitely the crux of democracy right here. You have to do it. And also, I've heard rumors that subcommittees have met already on the slut walk. The sluts we're going to have without telling anybody. They weren't going to include the sluts over at the city council meetings on their way to National Avenue to celebrate the parade over there and collect some food stamps for the constituencies. This is get the money off Gavin Newsom's wife. She stole all the fire money. And then also, Michelle Obama is a man.
That's right.
Pam, yes on this with the protection of minors and delicate material. Two things here. Where's Tara? Does that mean she won't vote so this item agenda will not pass? And here's an interesting thing. Why is Hannah, who purports to be, we're new Americans, oppose transparency and accountability? Maybe they need to be investigated.
Thank you. I'll hear from the next call.
Hello, my name is Madison, and I urge you to support this policy to require transparency and accountability for all Board of Supervisors ad hoc subcommittees. As a resident and mother of 3 young children, I often follow county decisions that affect public health, safety, housing, behavioral health, and youth substance use prevention. Many of these issues are first discussed in subcommittees before they ever come to the full board. When those discussions happen outside of public view, it becomes difficult for residents to understand how decisions are being shaped or to provide meaningful input before recommendations are finalized. County residents should not have to search for information or learn about important policy discussions after decisions have already been made. Whether the topic is behavioral health, fiscal matters, AI, environmental issues, or any other county concern, the public deserves an opportunity to stay informed and engaged throughout the process. Greater transparency leads to better decisions, so please support this item. Thank you.
Blair Beekman. Hi, this is Blair Beekman. Thanks a lot for this item. I'm a big believer in check accountability. It first came on in 2014 to address the concept of continual war from 9/11. I think we've kind of developed ourselves into patterns to working more in secrecy because of 9/11, and check accountability really brought on ways we can open ourselves up and talk more openly and work towards open democracy and community again. I'm a little gung-ho in this stuff, so to me it's great to hear this item. I really learned important lessons today, but it requires sensitivity.
Good afternoon, my name is Diane Gray. As the board letter indicates, quote, board meetings and advisory bodies operate under procedures intended to provide equitable access for county residents, end of quote. Establishing consistent requirements for board ad hoc committees would accomplish these same goals. Otherwise, those supervisors not attending or allowed to attend or invited to attend ad hoc meetings do not know what's happening, and that is scary. This is the worst kind of secrecy. The next step would be to open up these meetings to citizens who are harmed by and assisted by the happenings and discussion and information flow in this meeting. This would be the height of respect for us residents. And those of us in the backcountry communities could use a little respect and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon. My name is David Dyer, resident of Parkland Canyon in District 2, and I support item 13. As a veterinarian, I don't have much insight into government, but I serve my community planning group to learn and participate. Supervisor Anderson for his efforts to increase public access and policemen's board's work. Respect his record of advocating for our communities in a nonpartisan way, and I support his efforts here to apply a default standard of transparency and disclosure among subcommittees. I understand the concerns regarding public disclosure in the context of the Juvenile Justice Subcommittee, whose work I passionately support. I also see no conflict between this proposal and the need for special protections and confidentiality, which should be the exception, not the rule. This proposal allows for those exceptions. Public trust in government is at an all-time low. Government earns public trust by operating the open whenever possible. This board would serve both itself and the public by being into every opportunity for transparency. The noblest motive is the public good. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Maybe I just assumed you kicked me out yesterday, Monica, because you said you did. Now, transparency, we all know that 3 of them are not going to go ahead and go for transparency because I already got a promise from Carla and Lima that she was going to go and look into my claims of organized fraud through the same organizations that she wants to create these ad hoc committees. It much reminds me of the election fraud that took place back in 1982, where over 100,000 ballots were stolen basically by these committees using the registration process. I definitely understand that the NGOs are helping out the homeless people. We're throwing an ungodly amount of money to the NGOs for the homeless people. So I am assuming because of 2015, we allowed non-citizens to get driver's license. They are stealing their votes. They are voting for them. They are going to keep these corrupt politicians in place. I'm glad that.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Hi, I'm Deborah Gonzalez. I'm from the backcountry in Boulevard, and I'm completely in support of Supervisor Anderson for 13. Honestly, this would help our backcountry have more communication. We lose out on a lot of information, and it hurts us significantly. I think trust building is extremely important right now. We have a just going on where we don't particularly trust our local politicians to really speak on our behalf. And as stepping forward, I think passing that would help us all gain a lot more trust. So I'm completely in support of this. I represent the Backcountry Community Alliance for Responsible Development. And thank you. And whoever those 50 people were that were cursing and saying all those things, this is my first time on there, and that's a one.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the final caller.
Hi, Natalie Rashke here. I know that this failed once already at a tie vote 2 weeks ago. It asked ad hoc subcommittees to post agendas and public records, the same transparency regular board meetings already follow. But I want to say something that the word professional gets used to decide who's allowed to be heard. And once I tried speaking on Ms. Evelyn Lopez's behalf and was denied by the same professionals, stating that I wasn't professional in postpartum depression. it seems that transparency and the word professional is language that's used to also filter out people that are trusted by said people. So when we use this language, I don't know, transparency and professional, I don't know if this is going to change anything. Thank you.
And Chair Lester, I think it was public comment on the side.
Okay, thank you very much. Vice Chair Maloney.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Supervisor Anderson. I know that we've been discussing this for some months now. You know from my earlier comments at board meetings on May 19th and also on June 9th that I cannot support your proposed policy as it is currently drafted. I know that you have an amendment, and I'll get to that in a minute. But I just want to go through a couple of things I think that you have said here today and that have come out on some of your communications. At the Juvenile Justice Ad Hoc Subcommittee meetings, it is very important that Supervisor Geary and I are able to provide a safe environment for parents to tell us what is happening to their children who are detained in a vulnerable situation. It is also very important that those with lived experience feel safe to come forward at these meetings and tell us how we can improve our county systems and processes. And I will also say, I have spoken to people time after time who refuse to come to the county because they feel bullied when they come in here. Your proposed one-size-fits-all policy will not allow me to provide that kind of safe environment and will not allow me to do the work that I've been elected to do. Your proposed policy will result in unintended consequences, and I hope that you can understand that. You spoke today, it came out in one of your alerts that these populations that we are talking about are already protected through Government Code Section 549 and 503.3. As it bars local agencies from disclosing and identifying information about minors at public meetings and under state and federal laws to further protect confidentiality records. The actual text of that government code has not been shared, so let me share it now. A member of the public shall not be required as a condition to attendance at a meeting of a legislative body or local agency to register his or her name, to provide other information, to complete a questionnaire, or otherwise to fulfill any condition precedent to his or her attendance. If an attendance list, register, questionnaire, or other similar document is posted at or near the entrance of the room where the meeting is to be held, or is circulated to the persons present during the meeting, it shall state clearly that the signing, registering, or completion of the document is voluntary and that all persons may attend the meeting regardless of whether a person signs, registers, or completes the document. Got that? Okay. But as you can see, the plain text of the California government section that you referenced states that a member of the public shall not be required to register their name as a condition to attend a meeting of the legislative body of a local agency. But your policy requiring all meetings to be streamed live, recorded, and posted online, and public comments submitted to the subcommittee during meetings shall be recorded, maintained, and made available to the public online will still identify parents and other people who speak up at the meeting. If you or I showed up at the meeting and we didn't sign in, there would be enough people that would know who we are. So in effect, it's not solving for the problem that we have discussed here in these meetings, 3 meetings or so. This is precisely why on May 19th, I did vote for option 4, which would give the board flexibility to tailor transparency requirements in a case-by-case basis each time an ad hoc subcommittee is created. At that time, you said it does nothing. I do disagree with that, but I understand why this is important, why you are bringing this forward. So I still, the language that you did present, I think that still presents problems, right, for our parents who want to come to speak, because technically they're not protected by the government code or the Brown Act. It's simply a way for them to feel safe. But if you were to go back to your amendments into the policy 875, to the section B, that reads, it is the policy of the Board of Supervisors that its ad hoc subcommittees will comply with the following requirements in order to promote additional transparency and public participation, or alternatively require that the ad hoc subcommittee comply with the Brown Act. I would like to add the following requirements will not apply to ad hoc subcommittees that are established to address sensitive subjects, including those related to juveniles. So that is my proposal before you. So I know there's a motion in a second, but I would ask it be friendly before I have to do substitution.
Madam Chair, I didn't want to jump in.
Well, you would put your name up next if you already did.
All right. I appreciate that. You did bring up option 4. So for the record, option 4 was take no action and do not establish a policy at this time. Determine transparency requirements on case-by-case basis each time an ad hoc committee subcommittee is created. So I get it, but that's do nothing. That was the current. There's no change. So as far as the parents, I get the parents, but the point I brought up before was you had experts come in, and there's no place to see what the experts say. So while we want to protect kids, perhaps we want to protect parents, why would we protect any of the organizations that I stated? Now, I don't even know if they've done any scope other than probation, because you said in the last meeting probation scope. What is the probation saying that the public can't have access to? I mean, why are they shy to say something public when it comes to policy? See, the issue I have is while we have one group, that's an excuse for everyone. It should be an excuse. Look, you know, I know that we both agree that the only people that like to govern in secrecy are dictators and royalty. But I believe that there has to be a policy that you and I can agree on, and I want your help in it, that is carte blanche. That once I say this is juvenile, nobody asks to accommodate anything. That's crazy. Having minutes, coming back and saying this is the subject matter, and then if there's any expertise given or county staff stuff, that should be public. People should have access to it. So I'm trying to figure out how do we get there? Because my job, when we had youth and parents come testify before the legislature, they didn't identify themselves and they weren't on camera. And in a couple of instances, they actually disguised the voice because they were high profile. So I get that. And I'm willing to do all those things. But the notion that that's carte blanche for everything being secret, that makes no sense to me.
Okay, go ahead.
Just want to say, I appreciate that everyone seems very committed to transparency. I think that's really valuable, and I know I've been gone for 4 weeks, and I missed that a lot of the debate that you're talking about, Vice Chair, on more stuff. I think part of my concern is that it's sometimes a one-size-fits-all solution means that it's both over-inclusive and under-inclusive and doesn't necessarily adequately address the core of any particular challenge. I'd love to hear from Supervisor Curie, but I am deeply concerned about the issues the Vice Chair raises. I wonder if there would be a path, this, just putting it out there, to ask our Vice Chair and Supervisor Anderson to form a subcommittee on a transparency subcommittee. You two can come up with a recommendation.
Just for, again, I think that this language is helpful. It includes everything you brought forth these last 2 times and adds this sentence to it. And so, I'm trying to get there with you in your words as well. I'm trying to get there. I think that this is sufficient. And I would hope that you would change your motion to include it. If not, I will do a substitute motion, because it's what you brought forward the last 3 times. But it includes this additional language around sensitive subjects, including those related to juvenile. What you brought forward previously does not cover the population that I want to try to cover, and any other thing that may come up. So.
I phone was up, but if I could just
Go ahead.
speak to it. So, the issue I have is here, the language you proposed, as I'm reading it or hearing it, it allows cover not to have, to say the entire community can be silent. Nowhere does it provide that when chief of probation comes and speaks, or any other expert comes and speaks, that their testimony has to be available. It just says, hey, it's carte blanche. So can we narrow it so that it is, now, I want to point out two quick things. I think there are 3 or 4 board items today that were asking for exceptions to the rules. When you propose the committee in the beginning, you can always make the case, this is special, and we want a special rule for the subcommittee at that time. Because I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. Every committee you bring forward, moving forward, I'm going to insist on the transparency you're denying me today. So instead of fighting each and every time, most committees should be 100% transparent, no matter what. This is an exception to the rule, not the rule. But still, even after that last board meeting, do we have minutes? Do we have any kind of juvenile justice? Where's all that stuff? Where's it located?
Thank you very much, and I failed to mention this last time, but just for the record, every single meeting the Juvenile Justice Ad Hoc Committee has produced minutes that have been distributed to all of your offices. So there is transparency in that regard. Now, I think that I'm also open and wanting to get to, yes, I've heard you mention at least 5 times Chief Nelson, and it makes sense, right? If she, in this case, she's a county employee, I mean, there's nothing out of the ordinary that she presented. It was very factual. Perhaps we can write it to yes and make an exception or include a written statement for the record if there were a county staff participating in the subcommittee, something like that. If that's helpful, I think that could be helpful.
Well, I really appreciate it, and I appreciate the spirit when you're doing it. What my thought is if it has to do with a parent or a child's testimony, absolutely. Everyone else?
And for the record, all the discussions that we've had in these sessions have been recorded, and there have been minutes produced that have been.
Are they on any website or any place for the public to go? That's my point.
Well, because it's not the same as my subcommittee, it's not the same as the other committee it's a very unique case. This particular sensitive topic or matter that we're discussing, this particular one is going to be different. We're not just going to, put up video testimony of children under the age of 18 or.
Can we pause this? I wanna keep order. I appreciate the free flowing conversation to try to reach some kind of agreement, but the vice chairman is hand up.
It sounds like, that you're not amenable to this.
Not in current form, because it gives you carte blanche. I mean, I want to hear what the experts have to say. I think the public deserves to know what the experts are saying.
We do that. Sorry, we do that. And there's been so much misinformation. I'm not going to go through everything. Really, I'm not, because the people that have spoken, some of the people that speak, doesn't matter what we do up here, they have preconceived notions about who we are. We've been called sluts. We've been referred to as queens in a way that it really derogatory, reminds me of back in the 90s when they were trying to say welfare queen and all that. So, that is what it is. I don't really care. It is what it is. I think that because this is the policy and the language you brought forward, and it adds one sentence, I would like to do a substitute motion.
Okay, we have a substitute motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, so just to kind of clarify where we're at procedurally, we have a motion on the floor by Supervisor Desmond and Supervisor Anderson, second by Supervisor Desmond, but then there's a substitute motion by Supervisor Step, seconded by Supervisor Geary. So we have to vote first on the substitute motion. If that passes, then this item passes in the form proposed by the Vice Chair. If that substitute motion fails, we go on to consider Supervisor Anderson's initial motion. So, again, we'll first take a vote on to approve, to just be clear, a vote to approve the item continue from January 9th, adopt a policy to require transparency and accountability for all Board of Supervisors and ad hoc subcommittees, as amended with the language currently on the screen from Vice Chair Montgomery Step. Any questions?
Yes.
Please vote.
No, I have mine up. Jamie has his up.
Apologies. I said any question, I didn't see that. Sorry, go ahead. Supervisor Desmond.
Okay, yeah, so I guess I'm a little bit hung up on, I think the substitute motion is a step in the right direction. It's maybe not fulfilling as Supervisor Anderson wants, but I'm looking at, I guess I'm a little squishy on sensitive subjects. So without a definition, I don't know, is finance committee is sensitive subjects? Are they personal subjects? Or I just want.
I'm going to turn the floor to, those are questions I think for the maker of the motion, so I'll turn that to the Vice Chair.
I would say generally for finance, no.
Okay.
I think that brings, it just gives us the latitude that we need. Because again, like I said in the last meeting, I really did not understand the gravity of the fear of retaliation that some of these parents have. I didn't understand it. If I had made rules for an ad hoc subcommittee prior to that, I would not have considered that because I didn't understand it. So all I'm trying to do is leave us with room to move appropriately without holding up the process so we can make decisions in a timely manner. That's it.
I'm still asking questions. Okay. Would you be amenable to address personal sensitive subjects that would narrow it a little bit?
That is even more subjective, I think. And so I wouldn't want to include that.
Well, to me, that's narrowing. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
I'm going to support this because it's a step in the right direction, but I think it's way too broad, and I hope that at every meeting you give us an update on the subcommittee, because not hearing what experts say, I get a carve out for parents and a carve out for juveniles, but you can't have NGOs, experts. I don't even know who's gone before the committee. And I should know. The public should know. And this doesn't provide for that. However, this is a baby step in the right direction, and I'm always for the right direction.
Okay.
But that's not a second.
Don't worry, you already have a second from Chair Pro Tem McCreary. So thank you, Supervisor Anderson. Does anyone else have any comments before we vote on Vice Chair's substitute motion? Okay, please vote.
Chair Lawson Reamer, the motion passes unanimously. Also supervisors being present and motion.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we are moving on. We're actually going to jump to item 15 and then go back to item 14. So item 15, this is an item that I brought forward, which is designated Waterfront Park as a home for the San Diego Regional Firefighter Memorial and waive board policy A72. If we have any public comment, we'll start with that. Go ahead, Andrew.
Thank you, Chair Lawson Reamer. We have 9 requests to speak on this item, 2 in person and 7 requests to speak by phone. Also note that we received 2 comments, 1 in support and 1 neutral. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 15 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. We invite Board of Leslie, Audra, and Marco Espinosa. 2 minutes to address the board. Nobody's here.
No, we're doing it in the back. It's not.
How rude. This is, you're cutting into my time. You know what I mean? You guys don't like it, right? I mean,
Audra,
Joel.
just to be clear, your time starts, you started speaking.
I know, Tara. Thank you. Just giving you guys shit because that's the whole point. And Jim and Joel, why do you guys keep giving your balls to these Jezebels? I don't understand. Nobody has a backbone to just stand up and say, no. You just cave. And it's interesting that we have 2 minutes to talk about this. I'm sure I'll have 2 minutes to talk about the next item. And then when we're talking about $9.1 billion, it's like, we're going to limit that for sure so that you have to talk about 6 different things and you get 10 seconds each. So nice. So transparent, so accountable. You know, it's like, I mean, you guys virtue signal with these type of items as though, you know, you just do all these great things. But you guys talking about hiding what's going on with children is extremely egregious. Because you sit here and you're using them. You're going to film me? Go ahead. And you can put it on your social media. I don't really care, so I'm doing the same to you. It's what it is about transparency and accountability. But you're using children. And that's what's so nefarious. Because it should be transparent what happens. The things that you guys do. And when it is, you silence it. And that is what is so disgusting. You will have parents come in here and ask you for help. And you'll tell them that you will, Monica, right? And then you just say, listen to the agency, where the agency then says your children are adoptable. Of course you don't want people to know that. Because it is detrimental to children, the things that you guys engage in. It's a fucking shame. And then you sit up and you're like, don't hurt my feelings with calling us a slut. God forbid. You guys are up there, that's why you got in that position. If you don't have the backbone to deal with it, then there's the fucking door.
I'll call for Marco Espinosa. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with the first caller.
Okay, call the bill. Sorry, I was having a laughing fit over the last exchange. Anyway, it seems to me that since our brave firefighters spend a lot of time putting out the big fires in East Kathy, the memorial should be at a more easterly site. So, you know, so people who actually suffered damage can visit it. Maybe even there should be 2 memorials, like maybe one at Waterfront Park and one in East Candy. Or arches over the freeway, maybe instead of a tiny green sign naming it for fallen firefighters that no one sees when passing at 60 miles an hour. Another advantage of a more easterly site is that it would leave more space for kids to play, picnics or gatherings at the waterfront park itself, which is what it's there for. Oh, I probably should have mentioned kids. They're kind of out of the picture from what I hear about what the board does, you know, caring for families and adopting them when they shouldn't be, and all that crap. And I mean, you don't treat them right anyway. I think Waterfront Park by itself is not the best place on Memorial. Thanks.
Consuelo here. So, yeah, I too am all for a memorial going up for firefighters. But just based on how much is this gonna cost? And I mean, wouldn't it be awesome if it was like in lieu of just a memorial, just honoring their families who were left behind and giving them the money that it's going to take to install this? I mean, I don't even know where the money's coming from, but I mean, what am I saying? It comes from us. Also, yeah, I believe that, you know, these meetings are becoming it's just more and more apparent that your jobs up there are about keeping the people divided. And you are doing so awesome at it. And I just, you know, I not that I like to stay tuned, but I have to be paying attention. That way others know the truth of what's really going on. And you guys just get so upset about your character being slandered. I mean, you create, I mean, honestly, you don't like to be called queens, Monica, then don't behave like one. It's truly that simple. But you guys don't like to be called out. And that's what's so. That is what's so. Rules for me, not for me. And hold on to that freedom of speech, Audra, because you're an amazing girl. Love you so much. Done.
Thank you. Next caller.
Hey, Truth, ready to take a break with 2 minutes. You know, it's almost like a break. I can speak for 60 seconds over and over and over again. But you guys would know about that, right? You just pull items whenever you feel like it, but then when it comes to the budget, 60 seconds. Something actually important. And I think it's a bigger picture, this item. It's a much bigger picture than just a memorial. Because when you have that word sensitive subject, I'm sensitive about this subject. Less sensitive though than wannabe Queen Monica is about being stuck in the 90s. 2026, Monica, we demand transparency in these agenda items. It is weird that this item was shoved into consent. It's also corrupt, but I know why this was pulled. It's not to bring transparency. No, never transparency. We know this because Manny hates America, hates law enforcement, hates first responders, and hates anyone that brings good to this world like firefighters do. She's going to come up with any and every excuse in the book not to support this memorial. Because as much as she pretends to be someone who struggled, nope, she's got 2 homes. That being said, it is a little weird to use water as a symbol of firefighters. Especially downtown where firefighters are not primarily fighting fires, like they are in the backcountry, no thanks to the professional arsonists, like the one that was just caught in Spring Valley, and like you guys do nothing about. And I'm not against the memorial for firefighters, but I am against the lack of transparency, community consent. Because again, where was the transparency on who's designing it? How much money does it cost? What is the design? I didn't get a say in it. I don't remember hearing anything about this until it was put into consent. But no heroes work anywhere near this building, so it should be in the backcountry. For example, everybody saw Manny taking pictures outside with her communist allies earlier, adding up to my future viral post. And speaking of which, Monica, are you building speakers? Or was that Tara? You people need mental health. I don't just say that. You prove it every single meeting.
This board has pushed the leftist Marxist agenda of darkness and death, resulting in societal chaos, subhuman behavior, and poorly managed environmental conditions, pushing first responders to now face more danger and horrific danger against themselves than ever before. First responders of fire, law enforcement must always be respected, recognized, and honored for their self-sacrifice and the sacrifice of their families. So I'm okay with this if it maintains the simplicity of how it presents in writing, and it doesn't cost an arm and a leg or add to the budget, and it should complement the law enforcement memorial. But you guys, man, you have put our first responders in horrific danger with your policies, your ideology, and your, oh, what used to be evil is now good mentality. Shame on you.
because I went about this the wrong way. I should have just flat out asked you from the get-go, how do you go ahead and weed out non-citizens from the voter rolls? The payback can go ahead and butt up the name. Do it now, before the youth certified election, or after, and then we could go ahead and play a guessing game. Was enough non-citizens voting in our last election that changed every single result? And I bet you the answer is yes. I bet you they came from all those brand new projects that the NGOs helped you guys create. And I bet you if you look down to find out where that fraud came, they're coming from those locations. It's your duty to go in and look. It's not my duty to find it for you. You're not supposed to go ahead and try to stop me from asking questions, and you're supposed to answer them. Throwing me in jail and trying to go ahead and get me arrested because I'm a dick after 6 years? Yeah, no, that's on you. You should have answered the first time I asked, or the first year, second year, third year, fourth year, fifth year, sixth year. How many years are you not going to answer my question? Are you going to go ahead and try to throw me in jail first? Is that your main goal? So, Damien, I understand that you defeated Trump in the NGO agreement.
We're here for the final call.
Claire Beekman. Hi, thank you for your work on the previous item, agenda item. Everybody tried to figure stuff out, and you're going to continue as a work in progress. Thank you. It's a learning process for me too, and I'm really interested how this item will progress. Thank you. Previous item will progress. So this item, I wanted to quickly offer, it sounds like a very noble project, what you're doing. What sort of technology accountability would be a part of the future of this park? I just thought I would ask that. In the city of San Diego, I feel we're having difficulties in being more clear about what exactly we're placing in the future of our parks. And I feel it has to be a conversation, it has to be open and regular. To quickly note, the city of Oakland and the county of Alameda have figured out ways to lead, block, and look for a new LPR vendor by inviting a full community process in the next 18 months to decide what can be a future LPR vendor. That's community in action. That's, looking good democracy towards the future technology. We have to really be based on that good community practices for our future technology. To do the good technology practices with this park, it'd be in good form. It'd be offering our best practices and our decency. Good luck and how to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Losbury would like to close public comment this time.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just very happy to bring this forward. It is an issue that has come before us a couple times in terms of conversations. I think it's a long time in coming. And having an opportunity to honor our first responders and particularly our firefighters for their service and really for their sacrifice. So I think it's very hard to fully acknowledge what so many of them have given for all of us. And I did want to docket this as quickly as possible because there was an interest in having this underway in time for the 9/11 memorial that will be happening in September. So again, I would like to make a motion to adopt this item and hope to have the support of my colleagues as far as security.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To your point, this has been a long time coming, and we don't have a regional memorial location for our firefighters who sacrificed in so many different ways and our first responders. So I think that we need to honor them, and I think that you bringing this forward in an urgent manner is something I'm very grateful for. I just want to offer, to be a friendly amendment. I want us to be intentional about what we're doing here, and just what I've heard from them is that they would like to locate it in Site 6 and then, we also direct the CAO to come back within 90 days, if it's amenable to, folks, to add the capacity of the space for Harbor Drive, so that we also don't lose space within, the location that we're doing.
I'll give everyone a second to read this.
Yeah, the first part I get, the second part, I don't know.
Well,
So what is that?
Hold on. Joel, you can read.
So the question was, what would that look like?
Turn your microphone.
So the recommendation 3 would address any concerns related to, obviously, it's gonna be a permanent fixture. And our waterfront park hosts a lot of different events. So, to a certain degree, we'll be losing some square footage that will be made available to potential events. So, I just wanna add options so that we can offset that square footage that we would be losing in the memorial, and incorporate the option of including portions of Harbor Drive and directing staff to work with the relevant jurisdictions and agencies, to see if that could be feasible, and that way we don't, it's a win-win.
Okay, thank you for this. I have a question.
If I may.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm old enough on this board now to remember when we had a board chair who wanted to shut down Harbor Drive entirely and take our park straight to the bay. And he also pledged $10,000 for this very event, which I matched him, coming from my grant. And I challenge all of you to match my 10 grand going towards this memorial from our community grant, for our community. We are so fortunate to have such incredible firefighters. I think firefighters across the world are incredible, but here in San Diego, they're especially awesome.
I couldn't agree more.
So that's all I have to say.
I did hear a comment earlier, that, you know, that there are concerns about us, the county funding this, and I just wanna be clear that wouldn't be the case. It would be, firefighters have an ad hoc and, no, never mind. They have a task force,
It's a very complicated topic.
But they have a task force that is, ready to start fundraising, is my understanding, so that will be paid by them. But yeah, I mean, absolutely, I would love to support their fundraising efforts through our.
It would be super awesome.
Yeah.
The first 50 grand came from all of us, from our community grants. So, I'm not gonna put you on the spot, but wink at me.
Thank you.
I'll agree to that.
I just have a question on this, to better understand. I'd obviously love to be able to take this and then look at it better understand the implications. So this is for Site 6. I think my question is to county staff. Just tell us about Site 6. Is there any concerns or potential challenges or anything that needs to be assessed? You know, any kind of, tell us about Site 6, I guess.
Thank you, Chair. To the Chair Pro Tem's comment regarding the multiple events, this particular location I'm looking at is in one location where some of those larger events that do fund park revenues and fund the operation and maintenance of the park are held. We have large stages and things like that that have limited space to be accommodated. The waterfront park brings in about $2 million a year. All of that goes to park operations and maintenance. About half of that comes from some of our large music festivals that do use that space. I think with some of the other opportunities here, we could certainly look at expanding that area and not losing that space. It would be helpful for us to be able to look at that a little bit further to see how we could achieve both of the objectives here, retaining revenue and achieving the board's goals with the Firefly Memorial.
Okay. I'm going to ask some assistance from David because I feel like I'm not 100% point on my amendments today. But I would love to basically support what Supervisor Geary put out here, but giving county direction to kind of come up with a solution that moves forward with the recommended site, but doesn't constrain them to only look at the solution that Supervisor Gary proposed, which is a good idea, right? Which is evaluate feasibility using, that's great, yes, and other options, like, is there something about the size of the memorial that might be, if it's littler or a different angle that might help, I don't know, I don't wanna like tie your hands that that's your only option, but would love you guys to come up with some solutions, and achieve their objectives. And I love what Supervisor Gary did out, I think this 3 is great, and what else? What else could we brainstorm that would allow us to continue having these amazing events at Waterfront Park and honoring our, frankly, our heroes who deserve everything that we can give them to honor the sacrifices that they made. So I don't know if that
And considering their preference, right?
Yeah, it doesn't say giving them a preference around, I think it's very clear they have a preference for kind of the mirror image location of the law enforcement memorial. So, prioritizing that preference and saying, okay, that's the preference, we want to be respectful, but how can we be respectful in a way that also allows us to continue utilizing the spaces? I think Supervisor Gary has been very creative here with this idea of looking for this expansions of can we close down Harbor Drive?
I think it would just be, it would be a simple add-on to direct CEO supporting with other jurisdictions to evaluate the feasibility of utilizing portions of Harbor Drive, including blah, 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 and other options. At the end of that sentence.
And then
other feasible options.
And also exploring all other feasible options to continue having super awesome events as per the words used by Joel Anderson. And other feasible options to continue having large-scale community-centered events in Waterfront. I don't know if this accomplishes what we need, County Council, but I just want them to make a plan to do both and not either or.
Should also agree that the amendments appear to be clear enough to provide that direction.
Okay, I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to do that. As long as they have a direction to look at all possibilities to do all things and not just one option. Yeah. Okay. Happy to accept your
Then I'll say.
Okay. Superintendent.
Well, I wish I had a map. I wish I knew what sites you were talking about. I have no.
Look, I see Andrew is always Andrew and he has a map.
Well, that would have been nice before this discussion, or be in our packets or something. I didn't have anything here.
Well, look, we can all look.
So where's sites?
Go
That was
back,
quick.
go back to the map.
So nice. Where's site 6? Right there. Okay. And the other one, the law enforcement memorial, okay, is over there. Okay, but right now, I guess with the amendments, we open it up to whatever the best that we come back with. Is that right? Instead of specifying 6.
Well, we're saying prioritizing 6 because that's where they want it, but we're also saying, hey, go try to make it happen at 6 and come back with all your options to do that without sacrificing events.
Okay.
And of course, if they come back and they say we have no feasible options, we might have that in another conversation. Is that again, County Council is the way that the amendment is drafted clear enough that that's what we want to do. We would like to do both and not do more.
It's clear.
Does that make sense to you, Superintendent?
Well, I can see, yeah. I mean, I was clueless when we went to maps real quick. Nice to see this. Okay.
Yeah, okay, please, I'd love to hear from our experts.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify the location and make sure that staff is understanding it correctly. On this map, the site 6 is a little bit further from where I understood to be. I understood it to be a direct mirror of the law enforcement memorial, which would be closer to, I believe it was 4 and 5 on that map.
Your map, okay.
Along that walkway between 4 and 5, which would be again a direct mirror of the law enforcement memorial. We do have some conceptual, we have the opportunity to create some conceptual maps, so that would be operate with the direction to have it directly near the law enforcement memorial, and I think we can work with the firefighters to identify precisely where that location is.
I think that works, because I think I know they've said to me that that's what they're interested in.
And just to clarify, we have a different map that shows that, where number 4 in the current map displayed is number 6 in the one we so anyway, we can work with.
So can we strike how about we strike the police as the 6 and just do a mirror image of the law enforcement? So 2 maps?
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. It is yeah, just get rid of that, yeah. Wait, hold on, we missed something, because the strategy when it's left, saying, at prioritizing, not at, prioritizing a site. Prioritizing, yeah. And then after Waterfront Park, comma. And explore. Great. With a motion on the floor, an amendment and a second. Any additional comments? Okay, please vote.
Chair Lawson, that motion passes unanimously. All supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we'll go on to item 14. This is adopt a resolution of the board of Supervisors July 2016 calendar and basically paper. This item has been brought forward because we're not including items for staff in this meeting. Any comments from my colleagues at this time?
Let's take August.
Any comments from the public? Enter.
Mr. Chair, thank you. We've not requested to speak on this item. 2 in person and 7 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 3 comments in opposition. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 14 by phone, please dial into the comments line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. Allegedly, Albert has already approached the podium and also like to invite former president. Thank you all. 2 minutes to address the board.
I didn't know my gavel, just in case you'd like me to take over the meetings in July. Could get some real good business done, make sure the budget is spent wisely, children aren't being trafficked, humans aren't being exploited, that the homeless get into housing, and you guys quit racketeering. But that wouldn't allow you guys to continue your organized crime syndicate, so that's not gonna happen. And I find it interesting, it's like people are all worried about feelings, so maybe while you guys are in your little break, you can think about, what would it be like if you got the shit beaten out of you by an officer? I don't know, you guys would probably play a card. Monica would play her black card, Paloma would play her brown card, and Terry, you'd play her Jew card. So it's like, I don't know, what card do I get to play? Being of the light and just, being the salt and the light and coming in with truth while you guys are just filled with sulfur. It's interesting how people are concerned about feelings. That if I was black or brown or Jewish and, got beat up in that hallway, dang, people would be pissed. Can you imagine? But being a Native American doesn't matter because I'm also white. And I'm a woman, but we don't know what that is. So it's like, I guess that's why it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? I don't check enough boxes. So, you could ask people and you think I would. People think I'm on the left. Some people think I'm on the right. People are very confused. But it's just sad. Sad to see you guys sit there and, poor me about names. While your own constituents have gotten the crap beaten out of them right in front of you. right in front of you and it didn't matter. But yet we talk about our feelings and we want to silence free speech because it's so hurtful to how people say names. Again, imagine if you were still injured from having the shit beaten out of you by a man who is extremely proud of it. Good job.
Now, here, the individuals have requested to speak. We'll start with the first comment.
All of those, to me, like you want a break from hearing about the messes you create. But seriously, I think that it would be good to keep the date for the meeting open since the last minute items are always cropping up. If you do this, the next regular board meeting would be August 18th. In fact, the rules of procedure suggest that board meetings be held weekly unless otherwise scheduled. So monthly or every 2 months would really be pushing it. Especially 1.5 months to mid-August. You need to take care of the people, not make them wait if they actually do need your services. You could cancel later if there's no new business or emergency business or something of that sort. And people would have a firm date to go on for their fix or, whatever. But they have a firm date to go on to put down on their calendar. Another thing, if you can tell as far ahead that there will be no items on July 14th, maybe you are in fact able to agendize items a few weeks earlier as was suggested previously. So, it all goes back to transparency and it's like, if you don't have...
Thank you. Next caller.
So I'm calling here, just chiming in to urge and encourage the board to start listening to people's great suggestions like Paul Gold and just all the amazing people who are doing what they can to pay attention and aren't getting paid for it either. Don't leave that out. But I'm not really paying that close of attention because I still gotta carry on. I got my priorities. I don't have assistants to help me out with my children. And but I'm still listening, still chiming in, and that's all I have to say. I truly don't even know what item we're on. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Hey, it's true. So, as I meet my wonderful stir fry here, have a life. I'm wondering, is this an unofficial vacation in July to celebrate charter destruction going on the ballot? Not how it seems, because I'm sure you guys got some other people's stuff you could pass in July, right? But this is actually my favorite agenda item of all time. I mean, of all time. I always support canceling meetings, of course. I think while you're there, you should cancel August, September, October, November, December, cancel the 2027 meetings. But I want to give you reasons why you should cancel all meetings, including next month. You had a Freudian slip, Manny, on the ad hoc thing. Wow, it's almost like the guilt just came up on you like sewage from that, buddy. And you have a whole board of privileged people with multiple homes pretending they can relate to us regular people. And that's specific. I'm talking about Manny, and I'm talking about Monica, pretending you can relate. The county can't even get the maps right. They have 2 different maps going. What map did the public get? Who knows? Who cares, right? That's going back to no transparency thing, that's on the list. You have a city of San Diego bias against the backcountry. That's another reason to cancel the meeting. You have county council just stabbing unlawful legal advice constantly, totally unqualified, of course, I've covered that. You also have a lot of crazy things that are said. I think that alone is a reason to cancel a meeting, so we can have some sanity. I want to give just one example. Monica, you're not the example today, so happy. Oh, sorry, I got the wrong one. I was trying to play the one where, Randy said, we need more inclusivity because, it's exclusive to not have inclusivity. Yeah, I was just so crazy. But at the same time, I'm kind of changing my mind. Let's have this meeting in July and cancel the one in August. That would work better for me because, you know, this is a torture chamber of selfishness. So I think that makes sense, right?
Thank you. Here for the next caller.
Hector, oh yeah, the resolution.
Thank you. We'll hear for the next caller.
Hi, Claire Peakman. Thank you. Interesting item this is. Both the city of San Diego and the city of Oakland, you know, I was originally from the Bay Area, and I still attend the city of Oakland public meetings. Both of your meetings, both of their meetings, they're ending in mid-July. And it sounds like you guys are following the same tactics. It seems to be a group effort here that wants to cancel end of July meetings. I don't know why that is. Could that be given some explanation and understanding? I personally feel July meetings for government bodies, they tend to be more open and free and good thinking. Kind of our best thinking actually in July. So I'm kind of surprised this is happening. If some explanations could be given, that would be great. Possibly in why it's happening across the state would be helpful. And other than that, I hope I can be attending a few more county meetings, and it was nice to hear your work and efforts today, and good luck on building equity before austerity. I've learned that importantly in San Diego, the city. They've done great work in that area. Good luck in those sort of efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Here for the next caller.
As I stated, go ahead and close up the meeting, go ahead and figure out what you want to go ahead and do, because regardless, MVRA requires you to go ahead and make sure you make a reasonable effort to purge the funds. If you haven't, you're going to have to immediately purge the files. I think I won. And then when you purge these files, thank you, Damien, you're going to be the one that's going to go ahead and show the world that San Diego allows more non-citizens to vote than citizens. You're going to be the one that's going to go ahead and show that, and then we're going to go ahead and explain to the board members that all their actions that they've been taking, they probably should have addressed the elections, unless if they are accomplices, you know, under the NVRA subsection, Election Code 18500 series. Is that the reason why you've never went and looked at it? Because by looking at it, you're going to have to address it. By pretending you don't recognize the fact that you're not doing these purchases, the fact that you refuse to listen to anyone telling you these things. Oh yeah, no, I'm going to rub your nose in it. You're going to go ahead and provide me that documentation. Then you're going to go ahead and identify the non-citizen votes. Then you're going to have to make a tough decision. Are you going to deport all of them? Are you going to charge all of them a $100,000 fine? Or are you going to put all of them in federal prison for committing that crime that you allowed them to commit, that you protected them to commit? Are you going to go ahead and call out the NGOs that are actually voting for these people? All these questions you're going to have to ask yourself, answer. What? And after you give me that thing, 90 days after that, you'll have to go ahead and, you know,
do something about it. Unless if you want to go ahead and go to jail for committing fraud.
Thank you. Chair Lawson Reaver, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, turn the floor to Supervisor Anderson.
Yes, I don't have a problem supporting this today, but I had a board letter that we were going to submit that's all ready to go for that meeting. And we have a bunch of stuff coming up at the election time. And I saw that FM3 Research in Ironwood Public Affairs, they had renewed contracts. And so my board letter is going to request that they do any election or polling or any of that information present to the entire board. But I just wanted to get a heads up on that because I want to give them ample time. So I don't think it's going to make any difference, but I was concerned about the timeline getting pushed back too far.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for making that statement, so now we'll be ready.
Yes.
Okay, great. Happy to make a motion. We have a second from the vice chair, please vote.
Chair Lawson Reaver, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we now are done with the items on the agenda except for closed sessions. We'll go to non-agenda public comment and then to closed session.
Thank you, Chair Lawson Reaver. We have 18 remaining requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda. 10 individuals in person that will be requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial in the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. Not seeing any individuals in the chamber. I'll just run through the names just in case they happen to be in the hallway or across the hall. Andrew Lawson, Marco Espinosa, Skylar Smith, Carolina Garcia, Steve Dante, and Asa Chong. And we're now here from those that requested to speak by phone. Let's start with that first caller. Again, you have 2 minutes to address the board. Next speaker is Terry Ann Skelly. Device might be muted.
Great, let's be done with it. It's truth, American citizen here. Question for Tara, what is the Lion Transit Trust? And how does that relate to your third house on Montanista Drive in the city of San Diego? Do you actually live in B3 or not? Question number 2 for Two Homes Manny. Was that Nora's leftover flowers on your head yesterday? Because it sure looked like a payaso. On Tuesday, Manuel held the first Friday breakfast at the San Diego Country Club in Chula Vista about connecting local businesses with county resources, only if they paid a $27 entry fee for access to those county resources. Pay to play corruption. Then she wastes our tax dollars on an egotistical logo for a proud dove, where she lied about her first name, lied about being a surfer rather than the bodyboarder she used to be, and lied about ever protecting our national environment. On December 22nd, Manuel also had a turkey giveaway via our special events trust fund, where she gave out $764 worth of turkeys to 57 SEIU members closed off to the public. November 2025, despite receiving $179,000 from UBW, Manuel Oklahoma owes $2,600 in property taxes and marked at $44,000 in campaign debt. She had an event in Mary's Brewhouse where someone could pay $200 to become a friend who retired her campaign debt. To show a pattern in practice, we should never forget her and her deputy's $32,000 credit card debt and bankruptcy. But let's look to the June 18th Voice of San Diego South County report. Quote, Supervisor GMA held a fundraiser at a downtown San Diego wine bar to help pay off at least $67,000 in unpaid bills from her race last year. Records show here they spent close to $629,000, end quote. Moose Manny, how did you go from $44,000 to $67,000 in debt in only 7 months? Why is Manny paying her own bills for her $200,000 plus year supervisor's salary? Maybe get a real job. There was even an event at the Sweetwater Valley Civic Association where Lola left before doing the pledge because, of course, she hates America. As a civically engaged citizen said, you don't have the right to lead. You have the switch to represent, and you guys are failing miserably. Have a great day.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next call.
Well, I just have to, I wish you guys would go to Zoom, like the city of San Diego to Zoom meetings. And that would make it a lot easier to call in and listen and everything. And then even your technology person, have them learn how to do Bluetooth, so you wouldn't have to plug in your computer to put it on the screen. If you guys just maybe hire a young guy, they could even do Bluetooth from home and put things on the screen, so it'd make it easier for everyone to access the meetings. And then it's kind of unfortunate you guys are taking July off, though. It seems like a lot of stuff happening. July is it's White History Month in July, and then every other day, like the odd number days are going to be White Supremacy Days, and then like the first one, July 1st, is going to be examples of white supremacy, and it's going to be like to the black community, where they're all into rapping and stuff. But the best rapper in the whole world is a white guy, Eminem. So maybe white people are superior. Eminem, man, talk to any black rapper, all of them. You didn't know those guys? Eminem is the man. It's another white supremacy thing. I don't know, man, but we found the second day we'll just go with the regular white hero we'll pick a woman to eulogize as a white person. Happy day, man, happy day.
We'll hear from the next call.
Pam, a couple things. Did you all miss that July 27th is Tara's birthday? So maybe that's why she wants the month off. Second of all, did Paloma start a merch business with her new logo? And I would love to reiterate the good news from the U.S. Supreme Court today ruled in favor of President Trump limiting the number of asylum seekers into America and revoking the temporary status of Syrians and Haitians and others. I suggest you read it so you're educated, so you know exactly what's happening, because this is America first. Sadly, children continue to be under threat in this county because of the agenda, darkness, and death pushed by the wind on this board. Abortion kills preborn humans surgically or by the abortion pill. I bet the three of you women, even though Jared's not there, is thrilled more abortions have been committed since Roe, with 330,000 babies killed by the abortion pill alone. And that's just maybe the numbers that are known. And then, bless their hearts, those babies are expelled and flushed down toilets. The ideology of transgenderism also threatens children. It's blatantly in their faces during Pride Month and many other special days of the calendar year. This county redefined women to include men, individuals born with a penis, granting them privileged positions to pretend to be women and big spaces for girls and women. Anyone can be a predator. Men, women, straight, trans, gay, lesbian. Predatory behavior includes sexualizing and grooming children by strangers or even parents and people that they know. And in some instances, or most instances, they harm children to the point the children will not know when they are being raped, or how to say no, or when to seek help. Rabies hospital is such a predator by committing and performing barbaric.
Hi, Natalie Rashke. I just wanted to say that I'm not looking for anyone to save me. When it comes to EHVs, everybody in the city is on a wait list. So there's about 358 or 85 EHV holders that will become homeless November 30th. I'm just curious when the city and the county come together and push the federal government on doing these things. I was told I had till 2030. So I planned my life around that. I didn't create COVID. I speak on behalf of a lot of people that don't have the ability to come and speak. It's whatever I need to do to put myself in front of federal government, I've been in contact with Sarah Dietrich's office. They contacted HUD, I still haven't got a response. There's no urgency. On November 30th, there will be over 1,000 people that will become homeless. I'm not sure if the county and the city communicate how that's going to affect the whole of San Diego. Thank you.
Thank you. Here for the next call.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This is Kathleen Labette. I'd like to talk about our two biggest problems in the United States as far as drug use, combining alcohol and pot. The alcohol and marijuana industries have run a decades-long campaign of normalization, and the marijuana industry's effort to give marijuana a better name led to public acceptance of it as a natural, therapeutic, and even harmless. Public officials prioritize potential tax revenues incentivized by industry lobbying and rely that the potential tax revenues would compensate for the harms. They don't. Alcohol is the #1 drug in the U.S. for which Americans seek treatment. That, combined with the increasing normalization of marijuana, has led to a plethora of social and physiological harms, including greater and longer-lasting driving impairment than either drug used separately, even in small doses. JAMA Research validated that finding in their study of the co-use of cannabis edibles and alcohol. This phenomenon is called the normalization of deviance, and it's a phenomenon that leads to the false assumption that something risky is safe. Public health needs clear and evidence-based messaging of the risks of psychoactive drugs. Failure to provide that messaging has contributed to the false confidence that the risks of both these drugs are acceptable. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you. We're not here for the final call.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Terry Ann Scaling, and I work with my county planning group on good public health and safety policies and land use decisions. I read that the city of San Diego approved policies on Monday, that would create a registration process for pot deliveries from outside the city of San Diego that are delivering in the city but are not one of the city's permitted pot shops. Their new policy would include those who are permitted to operate in other jurisdictions must register if operating in the city. However, there were speakers who said they were going to receive permits from the county and did not want to register for a permit to deliver into San Diego where they live and plan to deliver pot. That was a scary declaration for two reasons. Number one, it is the county SDCP, just another example of those who don't live out here in the unincorporated communities want to come here to harm it by high-profile pot shops. And number two, it made me wonder about all those pot entrepreneurs who continuously tell us that they're providing a necessary service. However, they don't want to abide by the rules of registration in the city of San Diego to deliver pot there, yet intend to deliver there. That makes the public wonder if the real motive behind selling pot is just money, which has always been the motive behind selling any kind of drug. Thank you for hearing my concerns this afternoon.
Thank you, Vice Chair Montgomery Scott. That concludes the request for non-agenda communication for this session.
Okay, we will now go to closed session. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
The board will now recess into closed session to continue consideration of the matters listed in item 11 and IHSS 1 on yesterday's agenda. If there are any reportable actions, they will be reported out after the conclusion of closed session today.
Yeah, okay. Damon, looks like you're going to get your raise. He's stoked about that. You know what I mean? Did you get your raise? I didn't either. When are we going to get those? You know what I mean?
Never a dull moment, you guys, in San Diego. It's totally Satan's playground, as you can see. So no meetings in July, but we'll keep you posted on other things. There'll be the city, and Sandag is actually tomorrow. So join me in the morning. We'll bring you some more of the fraud, waste, and abuse that's taking place all on our dime. So God bless. Take care.